How's it going? Are we good? Are we good? Audio sound good? Everything sound good? Where the fuck did I just put my phone? Hold on. I just lost my phone. Hold up. One sec. That's fucking weird. Dude, I could swear like some of my fucking shit just like grows legs and like walks away sometimes. It's like where the fuck did I put this? Um, well, I kind of need that because I'm awaiting a very important text. But I guess we can just start without my phone for a little bit here. But I'm gonna have to go look for that in a sec. Um, One sec. Best luck ever award? Disaster stream. It's not a disaster. We've got some good stuff on the docket tonight, I think. To start us off, we have a tweet from my favorite guy, who I'm a huge fan of, completely independently, of course, not due to any associations that he has with anybody. It's Wick. Wait, there you go. Check your pocket. It's not in my pocket. Well, there goes my mouse. Now my mouse is wrapped around my fucking head. Dude, this is awesome, bro. Where's the last place you put it? On my desk. So I don't... Can somebody just call my... You know what? To any of the TGG people that are watching, can one of you... I know Destiny called me fair game, and, this time I think it's okay. Can one of you go ring my phone really quick so I can find it? That'd be awesome. Um, Hold on. All right. Our first tweet comes from Wick. How was the escort service I brought you yesterday? Impeccable. Thank you. Did I get unblocked? Oh, I keep falling for this. I guess the Omni Liberal asked AidenUG the following question yesterday. Do you think you talk about me more than Wick does? One of my most powerful autism mercenaries decided to find out and sent me this. TLDR, since 2024, only 11% of my content has had anything to do with Destiny, and that includes times we just talk about Destiny on stream. Compare it. It seems my content involves Destiny the least of all those listed. Some orbiter I am, I'll never reach the heights of his true orbiters. I like this, okay? The idea of somebody being so autistic, they're gonna conduct a study for some like shitter art. I actually like this. No, this is there is something about the entire concept of this that I like. Generated, okay, let's see. Captioned videos. Why is it only 52 for me? Because my Stream VODs playlist has 200. For an accurate sample size, shouldn't it include like also why are the ranges different as well? If you want to do like a yeah, why would the ranges be different? If you were conducting this appropriately, you would be bound like all of the people listed, all the input, like we've all been like, even if you go back to the earliest one, I guess October of 24 would be before me, right? Um, but it's a little odd that the because I started what? I started streaming again in, I believe it was December of 24. December or November of 24. But since then, we've had what? Like over somewhere between 2 to 300 stream VODs, and if anything, that entire year would be relevant because it's one of the most consequential years for Destiny interpersonal drama. The Pixie shit happened right at the start of 25. Um, yeah. So no one claimed those people don't cover Destiny. No, the claim they're specifically looking at here and analyzing is the claim that, because I was basically arguing that Wick was a Destiny orbiter, um, which, to be fair to Wick, I guess I don't really watch his stuff, so that was more off of some like I guess like just like a detail that you've known, you've heard somewhere, that you just, I guess, have accepted into your collective conscience. But if he's not, I'm totally willing to admit I'm wrong. Ryle slash JStalk outlet, caption videos 631, Queeman is 505, Parry's 372. I'm only 52. And they're saying that 15% of videos are about Destiny. I wonder how that number would change if you analyzed it in the same time span they're using for Wix analysis. This is not like an accurate comparison, or it's not going to be it's not going to, if we're comparing the percentage of content uploaded in a set time range, then for like an accurate, for a worthwhile analysis or comparison, shouldn't the variable of time remain the same? Because couldn't that be a confounding variable? Like if content is only being analyzed for me ranging in a span of months where I was particularly involved in the Destiny coverage, right? I highly doubt 15% of, or sorry, this is for morale. I highly doubt, or no, I'm also 15%. I highly doubt that 15% of my stream VODs are mention Destiny. You loathed talking about it and knew nothing for months when it was popping off. Yes, yes. When I say that I'm not a Destiny guy, I'm not a Destiny guy. Like I'm not like somebody that I've said this even to like them. I'm not in like a personal blood feud with this guy, so I'm not like one of his like A logs, right? At the top, it says they pull the videos from slash videos and slash streams. So likely nothing. So likely anything not shown there is not included. So they probably have the date as the first. Yeah, but that why, I guess, why would this be? Huh? I think this is like kind of based if it was actually being conducted like with the same methodology, as an actual study. I think getting really pedantic over like arguments is like super based. I like when people type out like essays or effort post over some like shitter stuff. I think that's cool. Um, but if like this is obviously not accounting for confounding variables because it's not analyzing in the same time span. I'm curious if we get someone to actually conduct this, and I know we know of some actual academics, and I wonder if anyone is dedicated enough to actually conduct using the entire range of available content from each input, like actor or whatever. I wonder what the results would be. We need a stat. Yeah, we do. Dude, I don't know how I got through fucking intro to stats. I was not listening half the time. let's say there was an explosion in Destiny content in the last 6 months. It would skew the data in favor of Wick because there's a wider range of data versus someone else with less range. Yeah, well, yes. And in my case, there has been, right? There was an explosion in my coverage of Destiny in the last 2 months. I'm certain I have spoken about him in the past in a negative light. But these were like enough segments that you could put on one hand, in totality out of, the year and a half beyond that this streaming arc has gone on for. 15% is way high, but also the thing too is that I'll do offhanded references to like, for example, if you go, like, let's take a look at like what would have been counted, right? If you go to my channel, oh, by the way, thank you, Starfish. First tip of the stream. Any AIDS gang analysts with us tonight? No, we don't have any. Dude, the AIDS gang brain drain is so real. We gotta get we gotta get more pseudo intellectuals in this place. But if you go to my channel, dude, where the fuck is my phone? Hold up. If you go to my channel and go to videos, if you go to the time I uploaded a VOD, in this case it was the Dean Withers VOD, at the beginning, like this is the type of, like, I'd imagine that this is what most of the inputs would be. Because this is what most of my Destiny mentions were in the context of. It was potentially, like, good at the way. Side does. Dean was idiot and active. I'm a liberal. Idea to solve is, why don't we appeal to young male voters? Unfortunately, I think Destiny to like one of the only influencers voters. Unfortunately, I think Destiny was like one of the only influencers that was potentially like good at this at all. This is from what? This is from 11 months ago. But like shit like that would be input as examples. It's not like Destiny would be a substantial part of the coverage here. Like on this VOD, this would probably be one of the only times his name comes up. There's a reason why no one in DGG knew who you were until the Wick panel. Yeah, because that's when I started really getting involved. Which was weird because Food Shops was calling me like fair game months and months ago when I wasn't even covering the guy. Your voice sounds so high pitched. Yeah, it does, right? I want to cover this drama, but it's so convoluted. I had somebody put a TLDR in Icy, and then before stream, I went back to go look for the TLDR, and they deleted it. I think just to like inconvenience my life. And of course, then I went to inbox. There was nothing in there, so I could have done some research on it, but I was gonna use the TLDR to then go and look for where certain things were, but that was gone. So. Food Shops was so insane in that first combo. I'd have to rewatch it at some point. Remember when Destiny put your fans on blast on Twitter? Did he? I don't remember that. Did Destiny retweet this? How did Wick get so many likes on this? I guess that's why he probably did, right? That would be from Denal. Never mind. Rent free? Rent free? Living rent free? Yeah. This is the other thing they like to do. It's like, why is Destiny being invoked here? And like when the only reason any of us are the only reason I know what a Wick TV even is because of Destiny. The old Queeman coverage on Food Shops is funny. We'll have to watch it at some point. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta find my phone or this shit's gonna fucking... I'll talk to you guys while I look for that really quick. I'm pulling out my chair. Okay, we're searching. Fuck, hold on. Under the couch? Let's check in the closet. Okay, it's not there. Somebody want to just ring me real quick? That'd be awesome. Dude, somebody's gotta make like a fucking website or something where you could just like type in your number and it will like automate a call to you. Dude, fuck my life. I guess it just like I guess it just like grew legs. I guess it just grew legs and just like fucking walked away. Cause I guess that's what my shit does now. Fuck's sake, dude. Forget it. I had it like fucking like 5 minutes before stream starts, and then stream starts. Of course, it's not missing. Of course, of course. Fucking stupid fucking phone, dude. This is gonna drive me nuts. This is actually gonna drive me insane. He hid my phone, dude. Destiny did this, bro. He hid my phone. It literally, I had it 5 fucking minutes ago. I had it 5 minutes ago. Where in God's fucking name could my phone have gone in the span of 5 minutes? Did you check your bathroom? I just checked my bathroom. I checked the closet. I checked under the couch. It's like, where could it have possibly gone? When I first heard about Wick, I deadass thought he was a girl at first. It's in the fridge? Wait. Wait, you might be a genius. Hold on. Hold on, you might be a fucking genius. Dude, you did. It was on top of the fridge. It was on top of the fridge. Who's typed that? Who typed that? You fucking say it. Who typed that? It was on top of the fridge. Wait, hold on. I gotta go. I got it. I got that shit. Who typed that? Barely fiendish. You helped me get my phone. You helped me get my phone. Hold on 1 sec. Dude, you saved my ass. That shit would have had me fucking distract. Every 2 seconds, I'd be getting up to go look for it all stream until I found that shit. You saved the stream. You saved the fucking stream. Come on. What, no DGGer can ring me? Like, come on, dude. What's going on here? Except several panels and uploads will feature Destiny without him being on the title. So the point, okay, well, to be fair to Wick and whoever conducted this, it actually is also like parsing through mentions, but I don't think that should be counted as input data because you could do offhanded references to the guy without it being like this, like him being a part of the content, like in the example that I showed you. Why would you put your... I think I put it on top of the fridge. Or no, I did put it on top of the fridge. Yeah, like if you look here... Hold up. I am no longer just a friendly, neutral third party in this. I am now on the team fully. I'll be neutral for political debates still, but when it comes to this drama, I am not. Okay, so he's announcing his express intent to be unbiased as it pertains to the drama with the Snarkers. Okay, Destiny, as it pertains to the drama with the Snarkers, has a fair game policy, which means if you can be tenuously associated with anyone whose like sister's cousin's goldfish is alleged to be a doxer, then you, despite your own individual actions and what you may be responsible for, would be a justifiable target of these tactics, right? And if Wick is positioning himself, which he has, to label the person who in confidence demonstrated to me that somebody had spread his PII so that we could take corrective action, if he's calling that person a doxer, I have no reason to believe that the provision of that name would not result in the implementation of the explicitly articulated fair game policy. I don't know why like people are pretending like there's on the front of the drama, it's like totally like implausible to think that if I was to provide that name from Wick, it wouldn't get back to Destiny. Like I wouldn't even blame Wick for not sending me something that because he thinks it will get back to Quayman or something, right? Like, I think with what he knows about me, that would probably be a fair suspicion. That would probably be a fair suspicion to have. And I wouldn't blame him for thinking like anything he would give to me based on our present standing. Like, if he thought that sending that to me would mean that all the snarkers would see it, I think that would be a fair assumption on his end from what he knows. And I think it's also fair for me to believe that anything that I provide to him would be getting back to Destiny or people in DGG. How is that, like, not fair? Wick just wants to ban them from his own Discord. He doesn't moderate off-platform conduct, and the person isn't in his server anyways. They're not. It'll be a great stream if user joins. Yeah, any day now. Who the fuck's DMing? Fuck, I forgot to unban Astro John. Yo. Fuck, let me do this now. I keep forgetting. Dude, I hate having to... I didn't even hide him. I hate having to fucking... I almost never hide people unless you're, like, a troll, like, alt account or some shit. Or, like, it will be, like, a 24-hour most of the time. Let me just check this. How do you do it again? Community settings, right? Or you go to settings. It's not in settings. Awesome, dude. How do you unhide people again? I always fucking forget this, dude. I go to settings and it's not in settings. Community? Nope. I'll go to settings in the channel, permit, community moderate. Got it. User management. Okay, hidden users. It doesn't even say... you're not even... You're not even showing up as a hidden user. Huh? You're literally not even showing up as a hidden user. I don't know what's going on. You're literally not even showing up as a hidden user. Okay, I gotta go back to do... I'll figure this out. I'm not gonna fucking do 20 minutes on this. Professional streamer, by the way, yeah. Alright, just make an alt. If you want to type this stream, I'll try to figure out off stream what's happening. Anyways, So yesterday we were taking a look at the Lucari situation, where Lucari, after, and I have to be very careful with my verbiage here because yesterday I got criticized for saying he tried to stream through it, when I should have said he tried to do a stream through it after the allegations had dropped. I thought people knew what I meant. Apparently not, and this is an unforgivable mistake to make. I'd like to take accountability. Unban asked. He's not banned. I don't know what to tell you. I just checked my fucking hidden users. He's not banned. Thank you for the 10. Let it go, New Zealand. He is not banned. I'm in community moderation, and his name is not coming up. I don't know if you want me to call up the fucking CEO of YouTube or something. Aiden's Raper saying you're so dishonest. Yeah, I'm so dishonest. Yeah. You got me. You got me. Yeah, dude, I'm trying to obfuscate the banning Astro John situation. Anyways, so we were watching, and hold on, internet versus, we were watching or covering the Lucari situation, and Friday. I just love how there's nothing in inboxing. That's awesome. But we were covering the Lucari situation, and we were watching Internet versus Lucari's return. Let's finish that because I don't know what's going on. Resurrect Susan. That's what we'll be doing.
Minutes prior to the recreation of pagefile.sys and hyperfill.sys and the system volume information resets. No evidence was found that CCleaner was used to perform advanced wiping or destruction of evidence. 5. Image and media review. Over 250,000 images were processed and manually reviewed by the examiner.
Also, those new Liam Donovan posts aren't in my inbox either. Why are we slacking, Ali? We need to do a live review.
Most of the images were from computer gaming programs. No questionable, illegal, or disturbing images were identified. 6. Additional artifact locations.
Shout out to Speed Racer for posting something in my inbox. It doesn't even need to be something I'll watch. Just post something in inbox, man. Post something in inbox. It's like, I looked there, it's so bleak.
Browser caches, download history, application execution, prefetch, mcache, SRUM, registry hives.
Why would he go to the cleaner website? No evidence found that Cleaner was used to perform advanced wiping or destruction of evidence. Why would he go to the Cleaner website if he didn't run it? Huh?
History, application execution, prefetch, mcache, SRUM, registry hives.
I'm not doing. I'm looking in my hidden. You know what? Why doesn't John send me proof that he's trying to type and this is not a deliberate smear campaign against me? Okay, because I'm looking in hidden users, and he's not there. He's just not there.
Unallocated space, file, slack, and carved data were all examined. Comprehensive keyword searches were conducted across the full forensic image. Magnet Forensics Axiom has built-in adult content detector for the entire forensic image, and that automatic search came up empty. No evidence of the alleged disturbing content was located in any location. Registry analysis, ntuser.dat. Both the active ntuser.dat hive and the previous version recovered from the windows.old directory were examined in detail. The registry contained extensive evidence of normal user activity consistent with a dedicated PC gamer and content creator. This included frequent examination of popular games and launchers, League, Steam titles, Epic Games Launcher, emulator software, streaming and communications app.
Awesome, thank you. Great, so we already read this. XQC? Yeah, let's take a look at XQC.
I submitted all of my
chat. This is like literally crazy chat.
Hardware to Exhibit A computer.
Yeah, but who gives a fuck about the hardware though?
So
like,
true.
Bro, we saw the screen. Buddy, we saw what was on the screen. I don't understand.
We saw that you're doing workarounds to not downloading.
Yeah.
We saw
literally
what that was.
Well, literally, like you really saw actual. I mean, they have shit. So you open it like elsewhere.
Also, yeah, and also apparently Lucari said that this was on an external drive. Somebody pointed this out, and the report demonstrates analysis of an internal drive. Also, yes, this is a good point here. What if he was just downloading it onto his drive? Why would he be like saving the lists in like text files or whatever? It does seem like it could just be a workaround to actually downloading the material onto his own device, and he's just bookmarking using a text document the locations that the material is actually held on, so he can then go and visit it, right?
Who the fuck cares what's on the current computer being given 4 months later? What does that even prove?
And Forward Gas says, it's actually funny that I remember on the podcast with Asmund, they were discussing how to handle a fuck up and not be canceled. Basically, they said that you need to carry on as if nothing happened and will just be forgotten in time.
That's for almost every that's true for so many fuck ups, except this. Anything to do with kids or allegations of improprieties with children, minus like if it's like a Call Me Carson thing where it's like it's a 2-year age gap, or like it's somebody made a joke around a kid that they shouldn't have made, but otherwise it's like they're not like a pedo or anything. But generally speaking, most acts of wrongdoing being alleged in the context of pedophilia, predation, anything to do with kids, it's not something you can just, for the most part, be able to fucking work through.
Well, and Glue Sniffer replies, Lakari's best friends and staunchest supporters. Zach Rar, right-wing content creator, gaming is dead. He says he remembers letting his mother rot in his house while he didn't know if he was eating his belly lint or mouse droppings. Tectone, generational and abuser, began the same grift when he realized that he could get more money from that than playing games on stream. His eternal rival is Hassan Abi, but Hassan was the one who first discovered his genetics. Recently lost a court case that announced he has a micropenis. Unlucky, lost his ability to own a gun in Texas. Double unlucky, Compro got a jersey replaced the XCC clip by saying, a file list of password protected
Also,
VIP.
this is a call to action, okay? This is a call to action, all right? I need everybody who has time on their hands and wants to contribute to the rise of 20. We were doing the rise. Remember the rise of 25, Cope? The upcoming rise of 27. Okay, anyone who wants to contribute to the rise of 27, make an AG4L affiliated X account and clip like hell. Okay, if you're on Windows, Microsoft now has like this software that's auto-installed onto your computer, Clipchamp. Okay, you can OBS of free software, Clip, Streamer, AdExile, and if you're a Clipper account, I'll follow you back. I'll retweet your shit. We had a convo with Destiny yesterday. I don't think I saw a single clip come out of that. There was not a single clip that came out of that yesterday.
Access only teen sites being found on the recently accessed tabs of his Windows 11 notepad was an honest misclick. You just get those types of files when you goon too hard. I'm glad he took a keto diet to overcome that. And Daddy Anime says, there was a massive report wave of people reporting stuff like this a while back, but others have said those same sites that get
Aiden is such a crybaby. Yes, I'm crying right now.
taken down and are mass reported or back up either by the start of the next month or within 2 weeks. And Michael says they can mass surveillance us with flock cameras, but they can't
The type
stop
of game
this
he
permanently.
downloaded includes notepad files for various things, including install instructions or patch methods. Some of the shady types, including phishing links and text files. Are you arguing for his innocence right now?
Green Lizard says, I don't know why people keep piling up on him. Like, having is illegal, and at some point the whole
Morale is low, Aiden. YT stole my easy clipping function. Morale is low. You know what? My morale is low, okay? My morale is low. I'm just gonna sit around and do nothing. $5 from Balls Mahone. To be fair, the Destiny convos have been diminishing returns. You can only clip him looping so many times. Well, not even from Destiny. From the other girl we were talking to, the one at the beginning. There were funny ass clips that came with the convo with her. I'm not even talking about the one with Destiny.
internet was talking about it. Yet why is Lakari still here and streaming? You think he can get away with it? You guys just want to
I said right after, I guess that is the claim. Okay, I got it.
keep on hating and keep up the agenda. You don't care about the truth. And Speed Breaker says, shut the f up. For us, that hentai shit is already enough. Creep. And Green Lizard says, are you gonna accuse the furries for bestiality too? F off. And Speed
Are you gonna many? No, not bestiality, because bestiality pertains to the act itself of having sex with an animal. Zoophilia is the attraction, right? Zoophilia is the attraction to an animal. So I wouldn't accuse a furry of bestiality and if they didn't fuck an animal. But for many, yeah, I'd accuse them of being zoophiles, especially the ones that are into like the feral shit, like depictions of actual animalistic traits. I would absolutely, many of them, I would be totally willing to call them zoophiles. Just like you could call people that are into lolly shit pedophiles.
Breaker says, of course you are a furry. Altruistic Web says,
I understand there's like really autistic ones that are just only into the anthropomorphic depiction of animals, where it's like they like animals with humanoid traits, which is like, I don't know in that instance how much you'd be a risk to actual animals, because it's not like there are real cases of anthropomorphic animals in real life.
believe people are buying the random gotcha game downloaded on the sus no pedophile excuse. If you know how Windows 11 Notepad works, you would know the notepad file in question was not downloaded but opened by him and restored due to how Notepad works to restore previous sessions. Bullshit lie, which to me invalidates his entire excuse and comeback. Surprised people aren't calling him out on it, especially since with the bot in question, you can look it up yourself. Penguin pointed this out in his video when it first happened. Lucari needed another explanation for how the notepad file appeared on his computer. And if they went through thousands of files, why can't he go through the games he downloaded to show which one it gave him the file? He can't because that game doesn't exist, and more importantly, it wasn't a downloaded file. And Haywin replies, yeah, you Redditors know better than the expert that did the investigation. As always, don't change guys, you are so smart. And Speedbreaker says, self-investigated like Trump on Epstein. And Haywin says, yeah man, Lucari has the same power as Trump and Epstein, good catch. Tectone updates tweets out this with the caption, Tectone defends streamer Lucari after his return stream.
I am going to give my take, my complete, honest gut reaction. And I'm going to tell you guys how.
Do you know all the Denal, Paragon / Starbase lore? Well, it's funny because I'm actually the guy that first made the accusation of Denal being Starbase. Yes, I know the lore. Not only do I know the lore, Starbase was threatening me for a very long time with litigation and legal action over my coverage pertaining to the situation. My understanding, as I know it, is that Paragon, aka Starbase, had sent an unsolicited photo of his cock to somebody or something. I could have that wrong. I could have that one a little wrong. But it was like a whole thing, and like when J-Stalk was orbiting Destiny or what, oh, I guess sorry, we can't even say that J-Stalk used to be a Destiny orbiter. When J-Stalk was tenuously associated with Destiny, him and Destiny had like a convo with Paragon. Paragon got driven out of J-Stalk's community. He comes back as Starbase, who is like really he gets bullied by everybody, is like clearly into like lolicon adjacent fucking shit or whatever. But then Starbase, during the Marcus drama, which there's a VOD up on my channel of it, Starbase took the time to go and start DMing the miner that was in Marcus's server, Hater, warning them about other adults like QQ who were advocating for this miner's removal from these servers. And then trying to very clearly, very evidently befriend the miner. He presented out of context posts, presented out of context that omitted messages that he sent to the miner when initially presenting the nature of their communications. And when we finally pressed him into revealing certain messages, they were edited. I remember the miner alleged that he had said something in one of the edited messages pertaining to becoming friends or something. I don't remember exactly what it was, but he obviously did edit the evidence and then was like obfuscating and being really fucking weird in the aftermath of that. So I covered that whole situation because, to be honest, what it looked like to me was the beginning of a grooming attempt. I wouldn't say that that's definitive, right? You can't read somebody's mind, but when I went through all that, I questioned him, shit that didn't make sense. It looked like legitimately he didn't have good intentions with the miner that he was DMing, which is like, yeah, no shit. He's a 30-year-old guy. Why is he going into DMs with a miner? But I covered this, and then he spent the next year, I was threatened with litigation. He threatened to report me to the police. He tried to own me by sending me a photo of a check that he was cashing, but he forgot to blur his full legal name from the bottom. So he was flexing on me and then accidentally sent me his own fucking docs. It was like totally bizarre. Obviously, I wouldn't use that, but it was just like, the dude is like a nutcase.
I feel. If there's one thing that you guys know that I do, I will tell you the truth, exactly how I'm feeling, even if it comes at a detrimental loss to me.
Oh, and then he became hyper obsessed with morale as like an obvious pivot and distraction from his own wrongdoings. And just like was accusing me of, even when I wasn't talking to morale, accusing me of sweeping for the cap freak or whatever, which was like funny because Denal was saying the same shit. I wasn't cool with morale at this point. Morale was kind of in the position I was in with, obviously not to a as much of an extent, but like pertaining to like what's been going on with Parry like 2 months or whatever, where Morale was ducking a debate with me and I was just like making fun of him for that or whatever. Morale's somebody I'm friendly with now, but I'm certainly not like he's not like my guy. I'm not his fucking defender or anything by any means. Morale has done and said things that I obviously am not, cool with or whatever. But it's just like very interesting how anytime I like go against certain people, it's like immediately I have to get like tied to people that I'm not even like, I don't even know all that well. I'm not tight with them like that.
I don't care. Here's the reality. I understand what I'm about to say is going to be a massive negative PR hit. I don't care. I don't think Lucari's. Yep. I also don't believe he was downloading child assault material.
Wow, wow. Any like possibility in my mind of Lucari's innocence has now disappeared. That guy totally did it. He did it. He did that shit. He did that shit.
I don't believe that at all. One, because I've known both of his girlfriends. Both of them are definitely adult Asian females, of which
I got news for you, bro. I got bad news. I got bad news for you, Techie. I got really bad news for you. I keep bringing up this fucking Shushi Mushi guy or whatever that I was covering, and some of his exes had reached out to me. I didn't go anywhere with this because I never like to get that involved with a story. But the one who was only dating, like there are people. I don't have anything to prove this, okay? But I have a theory that there are a lot more. Obviously, there are a lot more genuine pedophiles out there than you would even imagine, than you could ever comprehend. But I would venture to guess that amongst those, if we could hypothetically read everyone's mind, that are pedophiles, I'd venture to guess at least half or more never offend. They probably are able to entertain those fantasies in some light that doesn't lead to full-blown criminality. But there are some individuals where you can tell that the only thing standing between them and a minor is the law. That's not what should be stopping you from having sex with a kid. What should be stopping you is morality. The law just adds an additional incentive, but your morality should be what's preventing that. And when I was covering this Shishimushi guy, what the fuck his name was, he was only dating everyone that I found that he had been intimate with. They were all either 18 to 19, all of them. And then he gets accused of obviously this 15-year-old that he supposedly didn't know the age, even though he was tipped off about it. And then there's these other comments to a 17-year-old. But it seems like this guy does legitimately have a predilection for like younger types, but make sure to keep it just within bounds by dating specifically younger looking Asian women that are barely adults. And I say this because, at least compared to Western standards, a lot of women of East Asian descent just look a little younger or whatever. But the whole like argument, him saying this does not help my like impression.
he had a copious amount of sex with. Number two, everybody knows he's a gooner. He jerks off the hentai. Totally get it. Number three, he submitted this report into he
has adult 18-year-old petite Asian girlfriends that he makes dress in school uniforms. This guy would never be into like lolly. What are you talking about? Or like anything like that. Wait, where the fuck? Dude, my mouse, this is ridiculous, man. My wireless mouse doesn't work unless you plug it in. So it's not really a wireless mouse, is it? But fucking, dude, it gets tangled or gets tangled around the headphones. What is going on here, man? What the fuck is going on? There we go. Okay. We've obtained the mouse. What does Asian women have to do with lolly? Well, a lot of lolly depicts specific, like, a lot, like, for example, when I was covering the flamenco shit, it was, like, the Japanese, like, he was, like, fucking into, like, it's, like, Japanese schoolgirls or whatever the fuck. like that general like appearance or whatever. Nothing. Aiden is just racist. No, I have nothing. I have nothing against Asian people. I lived with when I was in boarding school. I was the only non-Chinese person in the house. I mean, Asian is like kind of a loaded term because it's such a diverse continent, but the Asian women on average look younger. It's just true. This is literally just true. There is I said relative to the general like Eurocentric appearances in the West. Yeah. Generally speaking, women of East Asian heritage seem to just be younger in appearance. That's due to, for example, access to certain or like certain skincare routines, etc., that are just not as like Korea, for example. Korea is a good example of this, right? Is anyone going to argue that Koreans don't look younger? That's all a combination of skincare shit that's like common in Korea, that's not common here.
Forensics team, which was also
That's just racism. To say that like, okay, I guess
working
I
alongside
gotta educate myself. Though.
the police. I don't think bro would have risked that because if they found anything, he'd be in jail right now. I am going to take the word of the police over one bad clip. So, to be completely honest, do I think do I think Lucari children? Do I think Lucari the real children? No, I don't. Do I think that he's downloading that? No, I don't. What I think happened was I think Lucari gooned far too close to the sun. And I think he downloaded some sus.
Maybe it could be confirmation bias. And that confirmation bias is probably legitimately influenced by better skincare routines in East Asian countries, right? Like Korea or like South Korea or Japan. It's racism and it's misogyny now too. That's my bad. I think the correct word is it's a stereotype, right?
Thanks, and I think it looked really bad. But do I think Lucari's a No, I don't. And I'm completely okay with saying that. Now, if you do, it's completely your opinion. But for me, I don't. And I'll go even further. If Lucari wanted to play something on stream right now, I'd be down. I don't care. I know Lucari. I feel like I know Lucari. And he's always been good to me. So I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. He worked with the police. He submitted an entire forensic examination report. I believe him. Yep. That's just me.
You could know. It doesn't matter how nice someone is in your people who are friendly with or friends with and this is why I don't like when they say they got your mans or whatever, and it's like it turns out that somebody you've been associated with inadvertently turns out to be like a dog shit person or a pedophile or something. I don't think it's necessarily fair to assign guilt to everyone that knew them, because the truth is a lot of people don't know what's going on in their friends' sexual lives, or what they goon to, or their illicit interests. So many times it's just hidden. The problem you have here, though, is that I don't think that even if Tectone personally knew of which he does at this point, right? But I think if Tectone internally believes Lucari's a pedophile, I honestly don't believe that would change anything for him.
If that bothers you that I believe him, that's completely A-okay. But yeah, and I'm also going to go ahead and admit, during his entire break, I frequently checked on Lucari to make sure he didn't kill himself. And if you think that makes me a supporter, okay. I don't really care. I've known Lucari. He's been good to me. I really wanted to make sure.
You know what would actually be better to say than now that I'm thinking? It's not that necessarily that Asian women in general look younger. It's that amongst like this heuristic I have in my mind of the guy that only goes for Asian women, it seems like they always go specifically for the youngest look. Like there's like there is like some people that fetishize Asian women, and that fetishization typically involves youthful appearance.
Sure he didn't kill himself, so I'd shoot him a text every now and then just to make sure he was okay, because yeah, the clip looked really bad, but if he worked with the police and the police say he's okay, then I'm cool with that. And I think
if the police say he's okay, then I'm cool with that. Okay, the law should be a reflection of your morality. Your morality should not be dictated by the law, and your personal application of your own moral standards should not be dictated by the law. There are many things that I would do that I don't think are immoral, that may be technically illegal in the place I'm doing it in. Like, you know, I hate to admit it, I've smoked weed in states where that's not legal, right? The law didn't stop me from doing that. My morality would typically stop me from doing something like that, and because I don't believe it's morally wrong, the personal consumption of marijuana, I broke the law, I guess. I don't think anyone's going to track me down over that one, though.
More people should realize that if the police aren't doing anything, that probably says a lot. That's just my opinion. So, feel free to call me a supporter on Twitter. I don't really care. W, I think you're the first person to give your take. Great. I would also like to say,
at NYPD, when I was a minor in New York City, I was 17, so I didn't necessarily look like one necessarily, but and it was before recreational marijuana had been. No, I think I was a bit younger because I know it was before recreational marijuana was legalized in New York. I'd smoked weed like right in front of a cop. She didn't do shit. The NYPD the NYPD has never cared about that. If you go to Times Square, for example, like when I was younger and I'd like take the LIR to Penn and then go to Times Square some shit, you would have guys where when you're walking they'll be like, "What do you want? You want crack? You want weed?" That have tables out with a bunch of weird shit on it, just like out in the open.
You know what? No, I won't say anything. But yeah, welcome back, Lakari. Hope you're doing okay.
Welcome back, Lakari.
Let me know what you guys think.
Tectone announces Lakari should be welcome back. Well, Lakari is probably gonna I don't know what he was doing before, but like he should probably get on the conservative grift now, along with Nux Taku and Tech. Then he would have a chance. Okay, I know I said you can't outstream that shit. In their space, you can, because their space will permit anything.
That's my opinion, and it's completely okay if you disagree, and I would love to know why. But in my honest opinion, I think Lakari's fine.
And Tectone also replies to that by saying, streamers are not going
New York is a shithole. You literally had a bullet fly through your fucking house, just like casually. You had an actual bullet just fly through your fucking house.
to go near this topic with a 20-foot pole. I don't blame them either. Some people aren't worth the risk, but I feel like I know who Lakari is, and I don't believe that he's a pet. I believe he is a chronic gooner that downloaded a bad file. The police say he's...
Okay, user, you just gave the whole game away. I thought for a second you were an actual DGGer. You just gave the fact you're one guy away. You just gave that because you're saying aren't progressive the ones who are always caught being pedophiles? If you were a DGGer, you wouldn't be saying shit like that. You're a one guy, professional one guy.
good, so I believe them. I think it should say a lot to the public when the police won't get involved. And Zidrick says, the likes a lol. Tactical Templar quote tweets the Tectone clip by saying, I disagree with Tectone here. You don't just accidentally download some of the shit he had on his computer. I don't know him, so it's not personal, but why was that on his streaming computer? Why would you ever be looking at that type of filth in the first place? That's not normal. It should never be normalized. He had with his girlfriends, yet he's still retreated into being a freak. Dude needs help. I do commend Tectone for checking in on Lakari during his time of need. Reaching out a hand is important. That being said, at no point should what he did be downplayed or excused. I hope he gets better and stops looking up that filth that led him to that dark place. Snoop
Thank you,
posted
Templar.
this clip on the live stream.
The whole rape council has decided that the pedophile will be allowed. The pedophile will be permitted. Some of us have a parent working in the NYPD. I have cops in my family. They don't work for NYPD though. Hold up. I'm not a progressive. I think you guys are destroying the the Democratic Party. That's my bad.
Fail subreddit. Chud Logic is not convinced by Lakari's forensic report.
As you can see, the report is on the screen now.
Chud Logic is not convinced ever. I forgot. You forget sometimes that Chud streams. You just have to remind you remember that he's there now.
The key finding is that no illegal material was found on any of my devices.
On April 10th, 2026. Wait, what? April 10th, 2026. April 10th, 2026. That's months after the fact. Come on.
Riveting insight, Chud. Riveting insight.
I'm not saying this in defense of Lakari, but what the f does Chud Logic know about forensic analysis of hard drives? And selling cats for cheap says,
What does Chud know about forensic analysis of hard drives? Yeah, you actually are not allowed to speak on anything ever unless you were personally like an expert in that field.
the Lakari situation involves material often found within Chud communities, so Chud Logic should be the resident expert. And OP says maybe watch the clip and find out what he has to say about it. And OK Range says, do you get paid?
You're a centrist, Plants? No. No. You're a centrist. Dude. Centrist, man. Oh my god. It's like a primal rage. A primal rage is formed when I hear that somebody's a fucking centrist.
Per view or something. Sanu also posts a continued clip with the caption.
Thank you, Aiden's Raper, for saying good luck in your communist hellhole, buddy.
The company Lakari went to specializes in developing, quote, strong alternative explanations that prosecutors struggle to refute beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, the reality is, this doesn't really prove much, does it? This doesn't really prove much. Where does it say that?
I like how American politics now is who can make the other side look more like pedophiles the most. I love that. People that vote are pedophiles. People that don't vote are pedophiles. Democrats are pedophiles. Republicans are pedophiles. Drag queens are pedophiles. MAGA are pedophiles. Trump's a pedophile. Biden's a pedophile. It's like actually, like apparently everybody on the face. Okay, with them you have a much greater case for it. I gotta be honest, but everyone's a pedophile apparently.
Okay.
Epstein Island was bipartisan. True.
Digital forensics and analysis.
Epstein Island was bipartisan, but the funniest thing is when the QAnon shit was popping off and the Republicans before they had some unflattering revelations when List was coming from the Republicans on their side, the lists that they would post, the fake lists that they would post, that they fall for immediately because Republicans on X will believe any image with text on it, right? Would just all conveniently be prominent liberal or anti-Trump celebrities. They drove Tom Hanks off of Twitter over this. They went after everybody, and then the second that their own side began to become implicated, they immediately were saying the other side was like talking about Melissa or whatever.
So to create reasonable doubt for your client. Develop strong alternative explanations.
Trump might actually be a pedophile. I think he's probably like an ephebophile, right? Maybe, possibly. Like, I think that if he had, which it seems like he might have, I could imagine if he was doing shit with minors, it would be like 15 to 18, probably. So basically a pedophile, yeah.
The prosecutors struggle to refute beyond a reasonable doubt.
The thing is, amongst the people we colloquially term pedophiles, they still have like their respective age range types. Like the types of pedophiles that seem to go for like have a predilection for like the prepubescent minors tend to stick to that in the sense of like the types they're pursuing or whatever. And it seems like the allegations I've seen about Trump's improprieties pertain between like ages 15 to 18, which just so happens to be what Epstein was into as well, which makes that even more suspicious. But those people you could also colloquially refer to as pedophiles.
Oh no, dude. Okay, man, this is not very convincing. This is deeply unfortunate, but this is not very convincing, man. Yeah, dude, I went to Exonerating Incorporated, and they found me innocent of all crimes. See, it's tough.
He is a full pedo. I only make the distinction because it's harder for me. Like when I realize they're a pedophile and I pick up on their type, it's like when allegations come out that they're doing stuff with like 5-year-olds. It's harder for me to believe that if I know that, oh, this guy's the type of pedophile that's into like 15 to or 13 to 15 or you know, etc. That's why like when people were like making the claims against Destiny, And apparently I heard something about a toddler. That was hard for me to believe because if Destiny is into minors, I would imagine it's like a febophilic range, right? So it was harder for me to buy because they rarely deviate outside their type, right? I'm not saying I believe necessarily, but or don't believe anything as it pertains to those allegations. I haven't used those.
I'm trying to be fair because you could use
Those
this
are for other people to litigate, not me.
company legitimately for a purpose.
Tom Hanks left due to Isaac Cappy shit. Okay, you're one of those guys. Isaac Cappy was a schizophrenic. They've disseminated his like it's the gospel. It's part of every QAnon schizographic. Tom Hanks left because there were mass schizophrenia has been like subsidized in politics. So when you go to his like fucking X, and we've pulled this up before, go to his last tweet, and like the shit you see is like, it's all like them just buying into unsourced claims like that come from like either notable schizophrenia. And conveniently, by the way, if there was a global cabal of satanic pedophiles eating children, that's another big thing they perpetuate, that they eat kids. If that were true, which it probably is in some senses, right? You would see that be bipartisan. Conveniently, all of the QAnon conspiracy theories would center around and target outspoken anti-Trump celebrities, which I just found to be like, super convenient. Okay, I can't even show the shit they're posting, but it's like random like images linked together of like the bloody handprint from the fucking ball in Castaway to then like this Balenciaga image. It's just all schizo shit. The other thing too is, why would this global cabal of pedophiles be leaving you clues? This isn't a movie. If they were they're sure, I could totally buy they're perpetrating these crimes, but why would they be leaving clues? Like, this is a movie. Like, little symbolism in movies that's linked to this, that's linked to that, that's linked to... The other thing, too, is, like, elusive correlate or elusive association. What they'll do is, they'll make the parameters for finding a coincidence arbitrary, and when you can set the parameters to be whatever you want or as wide as you want, you can always find coincidences in things.
But it's months after the fact. There's nothing to tell us that you haven't done anything to, cleanse your computer before that. And this company that you've used has got things on their website like, we can help you create reasonable doubts. Oh no.
And baked chocolate Octopi replies, they're basically a cross-examination firm for digital forensics.
Also, the whole adrenochrome thing, the whole adrenochrome concept comes from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. That it literally comes from a movie, which they think also that the global cabal of satanic child-eating pedophiles that are all conveniently vocal critics of Trump and all conveniently being implicated with unfalsifiable evidence, that group, right? They think that was a clue purposefully inserted into the movie, and that's where the whole adrenochrome thing comes from.
Sounds like. So you'd hire them if you're the defendant and need experts to dispute the prosecutor's digital evidence. Not sure if he knew that or assumed they're all the same. Also not sure if it matters since they said they didn't find anything. And QB says...
They make them into jerky. Flesh Simulator exposed the jerky as a code word. Also that you're too deep into it. I honestly can't help you. I can't help you. This is what... Believe what you want at this point. You were too deep into it, man. You're just too deep into it.
Probably the only kind of group that's going to do this for you. It's important to note that real forensics labs have a long...
Well, a book first, same time... Well, yeah, Hunter S. Thompson wrote Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, which was then adapted into the movie. I watched the movie while on acid, and I can't remember a whole lot from it. It was a really bizarre experience. You should watch Fear and... I just said that. That's what I did. Wait, did you just type that as a coincidence? That's literally what I did. Aiden, I don't do acid anymore. I've done it twice in my life. I wouldn't touch that shit again. Not that it was like bad. I don't want to promote drug usage, something I'll say is I completely like changed in a good way as like a person. I was like completely unmotivated, fucking lazy, wasn't doing anything. I flunked classes, everything. Like something changed after that. I don't know what it was, but I like had like some newfound sense on like life, and I locked the fuck in for a few years.
Long back waits. As they do real investigations into actual digital crimes from hardware they've already seized in other investigations. They're probably not going to make room for a streamer who's just trying to prove they have not committed a crime. Not to mention, if this forensics lab did find illegal material, they would probably still be obligated to report it regardless. Like, we call their willingness to help him cover up a possibility, but I still would like to think better of my common man that they would not support as a business covering up, but who knows nowadays anymore. Shout out to our tier 3 members, internet representatives, Kiko, Sal Salad, Coldest Bandio, Crash Out, your boy Noobster, and Squunchmo. Thank you guys so much for the support. And I'll
I think what it did was it didn't make any physical changes in my brain. I think what happened was I was able to like look at where I was at with like more objectivity or more of a sense of feeling failure as a like I replayed. It felt like I was out, like I replayed my own standing, I guess, in life in my mind, and was able to put into perspective where I wanted to be versus where I was, which motivated me to try to get to where I wanted to be. This is why your mom worries about you, because you did that. This was years and years ago. You should try. I've done shrooms as well. That didn't do a whole lot for me. I had fucking chocolate when I was in high school that had like, it was like weed and shrooms in it, and it was the most it ruined milk chocolate for me. It was so fucking disgusting. And I was in a chair for 4 hours. We're watching Austin Powers, and I remember Dr. Evil coming out of the TV, but I made it into a tea once, and that didn't do shit. I think I accidentally must have like done something wrong and destroyed the psilocybin.
see you on the next episode.
I did ketamine once. It was fun as fuck. I don't know what they gave me when I got my wisdom teeth out. It was not anesthesia. The way it was described was like a twilight state it would put me into or whatever. And an IV got run into my arm. And it was like this brownish red liquid. And I was like, okay, am I supposed to be feeling it yet? And he was like, yeah, like in a second or whatever. And I felt that shit, and I was awake, like I was awake technically, but I wasn't really awake. I remember hearing voices. I remember like, but I was like out, but I wasn't sleeping. I don't know if that was ketamine. Anyways. Hey man, we don't do drugs. Don't do drugs. Don't do drugs. It's not, they suck. Anyways. So I'm being told that iDubbbz apologized, and I didn't find this out through my inbox. I don't even know where I found this out from. Where was the apology? Did he put that on his Twitch? Let's take a look. 5 minutes long. Or wait, no, it's on YouTube. It's on
Hello, everyone.
It's on his
I'm going
iDubbbz
to be
TV
talking
channel.
About a very important. I'm going to be talking.
I didn't wait. Huh? Huh?
Hello, everyone. I am going to be talking about a very important.
Dude, I didn't realize he put this on his main channel. Thank you for the 2, Abayu. Can you do Kratom on stream? No, I don't. I don't fuck with anything beyond weed now.
Important and heavy
Not that I fucked that much with anything beyond weed to be. These were all like most of my like the shit I tried. It was all just like experimental. It wasn't like habitual.
topic for me. If you're unfamiliar with the context of any of this, I'll give you a brief rundown. But that is not the main purpose of this video. I do think it's important to share a little bit of my side of the story, but I don't want to take away from the purpose of this video, and that is to apologize to Ethan Klein and his family.
For what?
Especially his kids. Basically, Ethan is suing me for having rebroadcasted a statement made by Destiny on my stream. I did display the very disgusting...
Here's the thing as well. We know that iDubbbz is somebody that is probably not rolling in dough. Okay, people also overestimate how much you earn being a big YouTuber, but we know that iDubbbz is probably not somebody that's like rolling in dough or whatever the fuck. Under Canadian laws, I understand that regardless of the case outcome, he would have had to pay his own legal expenses out of pocket, if I remember correctly. So regardless of whether he won or not, there was no outcome where this case would be beneficial to him or he would come out without some financial harm, right? So he's going to be compelled into resolving this per Ethan's terms, regardless of if he thinks he's going to lose or not.
Comment for 40 minutes, and it was wrong. It was a comment from Destiny, and I even said that I don't agree with it.
He did say that. Thank you for emphasizing that.
But it sort of highlights how I...
You know what would be funny if he's like, it was wrong for me to show this comment and say I don't agree with it. And Ethan thinks it's wrong too. So when you show this comment going forward, do not emphasize that you don't agree with that. Because Ethan Klein thinks stating that you don't agree with thinking he's a pedophile is defamatory.
Knew that it was a wrong thing to put out there into the universe and show people. You know, regardless of the point I was making, it was wrong. I was angry and I was like, how do I get this guy to not...
How much did you make? Not even close to what you would guess, because of Viacom. I was out, like, on one of my videos, I was out 50K.
Clip me, not mock me and harass me on his live stream. And two, this guy's a fucking bully. I'm angry. I'm angry that this
He is a bully.
Millionaire is silencing people and suing people who have a much smaller audience than he does, and you know, can barely defend themselves. And so I'm angry. I don't like bullies. So I wanted to do something that would have an impact. And you know,
also, I've thought about this a little bit. If you care about like anti-Semitism, the rise of anti-Semitism or whatever, I know that like there's criticism over like telling people to not live up to a stereotype or whatever, but it's like if you want to be the face of the guy using the legal system to get back at like everyone and anyone, and you're also like a very outspoken like Jewish creator, maybe you shouldn't be the guy. Nobody should be doing that, but if you care about anti-Semitism and you also want to be the person setting this, maybe you shouldn't do that. Maybe you shouldn't become the face of using litigation to settle YouTube trauma as like an outspoken fucking Jewish critic. That's not great for the PR, is it now?
Without checking in with myself of whether or not that was a right or wrong thing to do. I justified it in my head at the time. I was like, okay, well, it's not my words, and it's actually said by a really bad guy, Destiny. Not a fan of that guy. It's very clear that it was never the right thing to do. It was a comment about Ethan and...
You literally go, I'm allowed to go there. You're not allowed to go there, but I am.
His children, and it was disgusting. I said at the time in the stream that I don't agree with it, but
he did
still
say
sharing
that,
it.
and Moist Critical did not emphasize that in his first video, which he should have. But I think also people were doing like the gay like purity testing or whatever. That's like never gonna get anybody on your side if you just like behave this way.
Broadcasting it to people for 40 minutes. That was an irresponsible...
I had this problem at first with the anti-Destiny people, and I think this was more Diorio overplaying this, but it seemed like these people who had been invested in this topic for years and knew all of the talking points and had done all the research, etc., were purity testing anyone who sort of flirted with that side, that didn't like completely cover it in the way that they would be able to with their years of investment. And I think that that's like a little gay and like is a good way to alienate anybody who might be swayed onto your side. But I think Teorio definitely overplayed that, and he probably realized the truth of a lot of these talking points that he knowingly decided not to give out at the time, due to a unwillingness to accept the consequences that going against this fan base would assume. Aiden, you're honestly a really disgusting person. Like, why the fuck would you say something so blatantly anti-Semitic when you know anti-Semitism is on a crazy rise? Because I don't want people to reinforce anti-Semitic stereotypes through unnecessary actions, right? Like, maybe don't be overly litigious if you're going to be the face of Jewish creators or whatever, or constantly talking about that facet.
It's a more reckless thing to do. Especially for
I'm allowed to say that. I'm allowed to say that, but you can't.
Parents. Like there are many parents with kids out there who do not want to see that shit, and it's painful. And I'm sure it was extremely painful for Ethan and Hila to read that shit and have.
Oh, give me a break.
That
from Destiny, to read it from Destiny, because he's the one that made the statement. If there was any pain. The thing to me that demonstrates that Ethan doesn't care about this comment is the fact that he was unwilling. He did not have the same heat for the person that actually made it. Right? That like demonstrates to me that this is an excuse, once again, because that's what all these cases are, excuses to get even over an unrelated grievance.
Pop up again and again and again. And just because it's coming from a piece of shit guy, and I'm showing it to people, like, look what this piece of shit said. It's wrong. It's wrong.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Are you never, under this rationale, it is wrong to quote people when you're condemning the quote. Hold on, give me a sec. Under this rationale, it is wrong to quote people, even in a critical manner.
To do, and I didn't come to this overnight, right? Like to be frank, I'm angry. I do not like Ethan. I think he's doing a lot of damage to people online, and it changed the way that I was thinking about it. I didn't think about it. I didn't ground myself. I didn't think about, like who is actually being affected in this instance. And Ethan's family and his kids are being affected. I just because I don't like Ethan, I think it's wrong to find an attack vector.
Dude, I have a funny iDub story that I don't even know if it's true or not. Everybody else told me it's true. When I was a teenager, I used to sneak into like YouTuber parties or shit, especially when they get together like VidCon or whatever, because I'd know a guy or whatever that'd be able to get me in. And you'd have to ask Lord Vega about this, because I think he's the guy that told me about this, and he's the guy that kicked me out, by the way. I got caught and kicked out. But apparently earlier that same night, when I was like iDubbbz walked into the house of the party, saw that I was there, I was obviously underage, and walked right back out.
That is his kids. It's foul. It's not okay. And I think it was wrong for me to use the Destiny screenshot as a cudgel to make my point. I didn't need to use the Destiny screenshot to make my point. There's a million other ways I could have done it.
This was before Cheetah's time.
But I didn't. And I regret that I didn't, and I regret that I ever put that screenshot on my live stream. That's the main reason why I feel like I do need, for myself, for my soul, to own up to this and acknowledge.
How is this the guy you're like in a blood feud with? He's the most cucked man alive. Like, there's no fight in him. There is no, he's exuding empathy. How is this the fucking guy that you're like this, like locked into trying to destroy or whatever?
That I went too far. It wasn't okay. Ethan and Ela and their family do not deserve that. At the end of the day, whatever happens with the lawsuit is what it is. For myself, I needed.
This is going to be nuclear to say. And I said this at the time, and I said it was nuclear to say back then. Ethan was describing the Snark community a year ago as an insane collective that wanted to go after his children. And after describing this, he brought his kids on stream and showed their faces. And the question is, okay, regardless if I agree with his initial description of the community, that's what he believes. And if you believe that, how is it not a reckless decision to start bringing your kids on camera if you believe that those types of people are after you due to your online presence? I don't think it's true. Let me be clear. And I don't think there's any justification for ever going after people's kids, right? That's ridiculous. But if you believe that's true, is it not irresponsible to start putting your kids on camera? Is that not, like, irresponsible as fuck? Like, to me, that would be tantamount, like, to bringing your kid to the bar with you. You know this is a place a kid shouldn't be. How is it not irresponsible if you believe that this space has a group of hostile actors intent on targeting your children? How is it not irresponsible to then go and start showing their faces online?
To make it known on the internet that what I did was wrong, and I don't want to be that person.
If you have kids and are a public-facing online creator, they should be nowhere near the internet. The most we should know about your kids is that you have them, right? The most we should know about your kids is that you have them. I don't think that, like, kids can even consent to, like, an early online social media presence or whatever. I don't think that, you know, I don't even like the idea of normie parents or whatever who put their kids all over Facebook. What the fuck? Guys, breaking, okay? I know not a lot of people are watching tonight, but if you're here, you're in for something, okay? Trust me, you're in for something. Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't know this was happening. Somebody just DM'd this to me. Apparently a thread's been released now on food shops. I just got DM'd this by the person making the thread. I don't endorse or know in advance any statements that are going to be made here. Let's get into it. Wait, before we get into it, give me just one sec. I gotta hold on. Dude, my mouse got tangled with fucking headphones in. Okay, let's get into this. My bad. Let me pull. This is ridiculous. I got a million fucking wires crossed. Alright, let's get into this. Hi, the following is a loose thread by me accounting for a long period of time. This has been weighing on my mind for a long period of time. But at Not Food Shops is a pedophile that knowingly led a prolonged romantic, sexual, and non-sexual while I was 17. It started off as me chatting on her stream. This took place from the late period of me being 16 and me turning 17. Around this time, our exchanges progressively became more flirtatious in chat. We had moments where I would say I loved her and she would say she loved me too. She would get flustered and blush a lot during our parasocial exchanges. Irresponsible, but I mostly keep away from this form of engagement. Following this, we began to message on Twitter. It was at this point that Food Shops began to cover her tracks. Much of this is memory. She, knowing that I was 17, solicited images from me, and we would chat there for more days before deciding we would formally date. She'd asked about my age, and I told her transparently that I was 17. She said that I should not share that and said we should hold off. We would chat on and off, and she unblocked me on Discord and added me. It should be known that she would joke about my connections, as on my Discord account, I'd spoken to and added numerous content creators in her online space, like Queeman, Zonia, and the Omni Liberal. Pirate Software at Keffels, as well as her peers. Moderations of hundreds of other servers, several Roblox groups that had active files on me, Harley TBS, Hopeless Peaches, Lio Convoy. How is Lio Convoy? Holy crossover event. Lio Convoy, other trans figures, famous predators such as Hypnotist Sappho, Moist Critical, and Kaya Orson. I am omitting more names, including the names of multiple members of Food Shop's Discord server that I consider somewhat private individuals. Some of these names fixated on me, some knew me in passing. All universally knew one thing. I was 16 to 17 years old, openly public. Yeah, I need to add this. There's a 4-month span of time in their DMs that is completely missing. What we could glean in those DMs is that Food Shops, there's no evidence in those DMs itself that Food Shops inherently knew this person was a minor, right? There's evidence that Food Shops suspected they were lying about their identity, but despite this, based on the DMs alone, had never done anything to follow up on or confirm that. Furthermore, the individual that is at the center of this was knowing, everyone knew this person was a minor. They were tagged as a minor in the politics server. They had messages in other servers talking about that they're a minor. The only evidence that Food Shops has to substantiate that this person lied about their age is some DM where they say, Food Shop says, so you were 15 4 years ago, and they don't actually correct it at that point in time. That's the only evidence. After definitively learning that this person is a minor, Food Shops keeps talking to them, albeit not as or at all in like a sexually explicit manner, and then reinvites them to the server at some point. The problem I have with this entire there is no reason, if you're a known creator, at some point we need a deadline. You can't use the I didn't know the age excuse anymore if you're a creator. And the reason for that is because there have been so many situations where other people have been done in by this exact same thing. If you're talking to some faceless person online and you're a creator yourself, the only reason you wouldn't be asking for explicit identification, if you had even an inkling of suspicion while engaging in a sexually inappropriate manner, is because it's willful ignorance. Why would you not confirm that's this rando you're talking to as a 25-year-old creator? Why would you not be confirming that they are the age they claim if you have suspicions they're lying about their identity, which Food Shops evidently had? And also you're acknowledging the person as young looking, calling them a real life lolly. It's not just like they looked older and you just took them at their word. Food Shops is even acknowledging that this person has childlike characteristics and as it pertains to their appearance. This coupled with the fact that this person was openly a minor everywhere else, and that Food Shops, even after learning that they were somebody, so if we're to believe Food Shops' narrative, we're to believe that Food Shops knew they had been sexually explicit towards this individual and in a relationship with them while they were a minor. They had been lied to or something, so they didn't know the age at the time. But after they do know the real age, you would never be interacting with that individual further, right? It doesn't matter even if they've turned 18 again. It doesn't matter if they've turned 18, right? After that, you would just never be engaging with this person. Because if you were to, for example, start re-engaging the second they turned 18, knowing that you've been sexually explicit with them in a full-blown relationship while they were a minor, that would just seem like grooming. Just grooming and then going in when they're of age. If it began, even if you were lied to at the start, if it began and the sexual engagement was entertained while they were a kid, and even if you were lied to and learn and all of a sudden learn they're not, you should never be continuing to engage with somebody like that. Food Shops and I both had multiple spats where we would delete our messages in mass or only talk and shout while one would call or stream, leading to moments like these. I would talk about school. She would refer to me as 19 on Discord, despite knowing my... Yes, so the allegation also happens, and I've seen this in other cases, where you obviously know that the person on the other end knows who they're talking to is possibly a minor, but is okay with the continuation of this so long as the fact that they're a minor isn't explicitly stated in certain formats. According to the former minor involved in this, Food Shops had said to them to obscure their age in Twitter DMs. Now, that doesn't fucking mean a whole lot, does it? Because we don't have access to the DMs. So we're left, because both sides have wiped their DMs in a relevant 4-month time span, what we're left with is inferences. We're left with inferences. And these are based off of facts, and certain facts exist, like, yes, it is true, this person was very openly a minor at this point in time. Also, if you were obsessed over the idea, yes, also the whole POCD angle with Food Shops is a total lie. I highlighted this to you before. With people that have POCD, it's not pedophilia. People that have POCD are distressed by the concept that they might be a pedophile because pedophilia is so reprehensible to them. So their mind will implant intrusive thoughts as a part of the disorder that make them question whether they actually are one, which causes them to engage in compulsions to alleviate the distress with believing that you possibly are this horrible thing, right? But for somebody with POCD, that suspicion that causes them mental anguish would be reaffirmed when they're engaging with content like lolicon. It should be known that she deleted so much of her social media after a relationship mostly concluded. Got it. I'm not also, just so we're clear, I'm not believing all of this at face value. Okay, I don't know. I've had brief exchanges with this individual who's making the accusations, and they've DM'd me a lot of like links and stuff for streams or whatever before. But I don't know them. I can't say to you, oh, this person is inherently trustworthy or not. What I can do is make inferences off of the facts that are available to me. The facts seem to lead me to I'm not stating this as fact, but what I think occurred here was that Food Shops is into the younger looking appearance, right? And will go just on the line to get to that. And Food Shops was willing to be willfully ignorant in the face of what they could have reasonably figured out was a minor as they were engaged in sexually explicit messages, right? The question of if they actually had been confirmed in DMs or not, that's what we don't have. That's what the minor is saying occurred, but we don't have that. This person is not a minor anymore, by the way. I should clarify. POCD isn't a diagnosis in the DSM-5. Okay, it's not a diagnosis. It's a subtype of OCD elaborated on by certain psychology is always changing. There's different sources that establish that certain things are disorders that are not established as disorders by their academics. The DSM is the diagnostic criteria for disorders, but there are like subtypes within those disorders that are more unofficial. And POCD seems to be a very real, described and elaborated upon subtype of OCD, or a common manifestation of the obsessions and compulsions that pertain to OCD. It seems like, and that would make sense because in everybody's mind, one of the worst things you can be is a pedophile. So the idea of the self being a pedophile is obviously going to be very distressing to most people. So somebody that has is afflicted by OCD and intrusive thoughts that induce distress, that would probably be a very common theme that you would see amongst people that are afflicted by it. You give food shops way more charitability than they would give you or morale. Because do you know what happens if I go with the most uncharitable claims? Or even if I go with claims that are probably true, but look really bad. To the people I'm trying to persuade, I look like the unhinged, axe to grind, grudge holding anti-fan that they're trying to assert me as, right? I don't have any personal stakes in this. I want to be fair and I want to come off as fair throughout my coverage so to not confirm what they constantly claim that I am. So there will be additional charity applied to my enemies that probably wouldn't be applied by anyone else. But I honestly think that doing so probably benefits me in terms of being persuasive, right? Refresh her page. We'll go down. Even circumstantially, we did a very bad job of covering things, and the reality that we laid out in Twitter was one that could be surmised quickly from the Discord messages. We would sex throughout this relationship continuously, exchanging audios she now refers to as revenge porn. She would send nudes from her OnlyFans, which she has since deleted, but I had on my PC, with her verbal consent validating their existence. Huh? What? Food shops had an OnlyFans? What is going on? Can we ban Aiden's raper? Yeah. We might have to do. She had an OnlyFans. Well, I feel sorry for whatever poor son of a bitch has to know about that, and I guess I'm one of those people now. She made one to get on a sex worker panel. Oh, got it. It was an odd thing for her to say to me, but we were both odd. She would age play with me, pretending I was her baby, and she would keep in her home. So food shops seems like one of those people where even if food shops didn't know here, and I'm to grant that, which I honestly don't believe, food shops is one of those people where it seems like the only thing that would actually stand between her and a child is the law. And you shouldn't be like that. You should be, the thing that should be standing between you and a minor is your morality. It would, because we would take our sweet ass time but spend all day in bed, and the entire... Oh my, I do not want to read this, man. I do not want to read this. You can read it, okay? You can read it. You can read... What the fuck? Oh, we already saw this. I can't believe... Oh, and Destiny did the fucking... Dude, you have to rewatch. This was so dishonest when fucking Destiny tried to do... We gotta go back to this combo. This was so fucking dishonest. Hold on. Just for a little context here.
Over someone.
Here's the... I think the timestamp is here. Where the fuck? It's when, I think it's here. Pre-pew... Where is it? Fuck. No, I think it's, Cartoon. Cartoon, I think, is the word. The keyword we're looking for here. Oh, here it is. 141. Got it. Okay, so here, if we go to timestamp 140, I think it's 141. We're supposed to be going to here. Okay, don't mind the image. All right, this is past data.
Like, I think that it has to be like a cartoon. Isn't that what a lolicon is?
Yes.
You're reading
Doesn't
out
lolly-
our
doesn't lolly
leaked
mean
DMs,
cartoon?
but okay.
I don't think lolly means cartoon, Destiny.
Okay, well, it does, but it means it denotes a very specific type of cartoon, I guess cartoonish artwork, right? It is a Japanese genre of artwork that sexually emphasizes that sexually depicts in a suggestive or explicit manner characters containing prepubescent traits that appear like fictional depictions of children, right? And many times are children. Now, if you're saying that somebody is an IRL lolly, what you were saying is that the traits about lolly are carried over into a real person. And what would those traits be? Oh, the thing that makes lolly lolly, prepubescent characteristics, young-looking characteristics that would be indicative of a prepubescent child.
Well, no, like I think that it has to be like a cartoon. Isn't that what a lolicon is?
I can never escape
lolly
lolly
is
debate at
a
this
is
point.
a
It's over.
pornographic image, cartoon image like of a child. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cartoon.
Was this person a cartoon?
No, so notice what Destiny does here. When Food Shop's saying that this person is an IRL lolly, right? You can obviously infer what that means in this context. That this person exhibits traits that are reminiscent of the traits depicted in this genre of artwork, right? So when they say that, sure, if Food Shop said you are a cartoon, that would make sense. But when they're saying you're an IRL, what does that imply? That their real life, real world characteristics are reminiscent of those depicted in the fictional media.
I hope not.
Well, if they're saying they're an IRL cartoon, the implication would be that the traits in the cartoon are carried over to like the real person.
Oh, so you
right?
believe half the sentence, but not the other half? Was Food
That's one term, by the way. He's trying to do a gotcha because they were accepting half of Doobie's statement and not the other half. IRL, that would be one term in this or sorry, be two, like that's meant to be a part of the same term, right? I'm an IRL, okay, you're IRL he-man. I'm like an IRL, what's a cartoon? I'm an IRL, Johnny Pro. Dude, that show in hindsight was like a little bit rapey. Destiny is so lazy. Wouldn't it be just like insane if there were DMs that existed of, forget it. I can't. I'm not gonna do that. It was an odd thing. Okay, it was an odd thing for me to. It was an odd thing for her to say to me, but we were both odd. She would age play me pretending I was her baby, and she would keep in her home, and she would often refer to me as her little lolly. There is more to this that I might describe in an addendum piece, but I do not see as much value in sifting through endless sexual interactions. I have since taken a log of what is left of our Discord messages and sent it to multiple creators who may partially publicize it. Excluding elements of PII. Keep in mind this is a raw, untampered accounting of my messages with food shops and pieces of porn she sent to me, or that I sent to her, may still be present, though not CP explicitly. I would still regard my pics as PII/CSEM. In September 2024, I would blow up with her. I felt mildly sick throughout our relationship, despite being with numerous other pedophiles in my lifetime. Okay, what? Okay. Get some help. Get some help. Get some help. Despite being with numerous other pedophiles in my life, and no, ultimately, it is not. Well, I'm not trying to be blamey here or whatever. This is like, unfortunately, if this person has unmonitored online access as a young child, multiple instances of this occurring can absolutely be possible, and it's not their fault. $2 from a Bayou. Food shops rolls in her poopy diaper with people on cord. What the fuck does that mean? Thank you for the 2, but I don't know what that. Huh? We both split off, and she restates a part of about me being under 18 for a while. It seems like she broke a seal on the relationship, and me having a grudge with her. Did not mind. Then she deletes it, and I delete my text-facing side that day too. Haha, pat pat. What time do you get off work / sleep, whatnot, usually? Call me. I miss you. It's only been a day. Let me know you aren't interested anymore. I'm constantly scared of you losing interest or finding somebody else, or me being let on, being gone for periods of time, with me not knowing what or how you're doing with bursts of focus and attention as me going. It's becoming much. This isn't blaming you for anything. I just want to be a part of something that you might not be ready for if you're seeing things out, because life improvement more important. Huh? Okay. Then, if it's possible, let me know in the future. Also, what time do you usually finish work or go to bed? So I have an idea of what to expect, because if you let me know, I can manage emotions and expectations. And go, yeah, she's sleeping right now, so it's normal she's not responding. Or, yeah... Okay, what is... I don't know what this proves. I think this person very well could have lied about their age at some point in the interactions with food shops. It seems like they might have. But what it also seems like to me is that food shops suspected they were a minor and had no reason to take them at their word, and it seems like only did so out of convenience, if that's what occurred. Because there are, like, certain statements in the course of their DMs that would indicate, to be fair, that this person would be an adult. Like, when food shop's talking about what you're doing at school, they're like, they're like, just work. I just have work, or whatever. Speaking of adults talking to my... Oh, yeah, Denal, I heard some shit about that. I heard some shit that you were, like, trying to DM a 16-year-old. Is that true? Dude, we gotta do we gotta start doing... I call it the black cat method. I don't know if she's watching. But I caught on to this really quick. And apparently this is, like, a meme that even J-Stock's, like, community, like, makes fun of or something. Where, like, I noticed they do this thing where they'll just, like, always, like, do the... I don't actually know if it's feigned or not, because they've come off as good faith sometimes, I don't know, but they'll do, like, the obliviousness, where it's, like, they'll just come in and, like, ask, like, just asking questions. Did you see the DM Morale sent to Foods, where he confirmed that she was vindicated? No. Is it Grok? Grok, is this true? I call them tactical retards. I noticed DGG has a lot of them. They'll deploy tactical retards that are just asking questions and never seem to know what's going on. Asking questions is bad. No. Nope. We should be asking more questions. Is it true, Denal, that you were, like, caught, like, grooming a 15-year-old? Is this true? Isn't it true that, like, 5 months ago, your DMs got released of, like, you admitting to being a pedophile? Is this true? Is this true? I'm just asking questions. I don't know. No? Okay, well, I heard the answer. But every other individual watching has to pretend like they didn't hear the answer and re-ask the same question. Because that's exactly how they run it. If you adopt some of their tactics, they'll complain about the tactics that they use, which is awesome because then you can get them into a hypocrisy, huh? Chiefly, I began to complain, citing that she does not care for me or show any consideration for me or lies about me. We keep talking in spite of this. I take note that I feel distance from her. Now that I turned 18, now that I'm legal, she stopped loving and... I don't even know what would be... Because Food Shops was 25 during this, right? I'm 21. Okay? Now, would I say that I would never... If somebody was 19, would I say that I'd be necessarily completely unwilling? No. Right? But in a relationship, yes. In a relationship, yes. Other contexts, no. In a relationship, yes. Because there's no appeal there. There's no appeal in, like, the immaturity, in the there's no appeal in the I just don't know what would interest you going for people that are assuming you did believe this person was 18 as well. What would interest you for going just on the line into like a full-blown relationship at like 25, especially when parts of this relationship that you're emphasizing are an explicit like interest in the prepubescent characteristics exhibited by this individual that you would, if you were lied to, believed was right on that line. Bell, but not for you were a 17-year-old who almost pedo baited me, but I managed to put aside because I don't care much anymore, and I'm known for being a PDF with a lowercase p. Let me know when you. I didn't see this message. Some of the context, once again, indicates to me that this person probably did say, or say something again, to them being 18 in Discord DMs at some point, but food shops had more than enough suspicion to not take that at face value, and if lied to, only took that at face value because it was convenient. Not that they particularly cared, morally speaking, if this person actually was 17. Because it seems like the younger looking characteristics, even under the assumption that this person was 18 at the time, is what food shops is explicitly into. I still deny that I ever lied about. Okay, well, the thing to me that indicates that you might have is like when she, to be fair to food shops, in her DM or whatever, right? In her DM, she is when she like says that you were such and such age a couple of years ago, you didn't correct her, did you? Right? Like to me, like that, or also like shit, like where it seemed like some of the wording that got utilized at the time when you were a minor made you sound older. Like when you're saying, when she's asking about school and you're saying just work, I just work. You clarified in DMs? You just put in chat. I was openly whining about living alone and my parents leaving me when I was young and not even an adult and living in squalor. Working. Are those in the DMs? I can look into those. But also, like, when she's saying that she pedo baited you, if she's just saying this to, I mean, I guess she could be lying, right? But if you know the truth of what you did or didn't say, I don't know why she would say this to you, because you would know the truth, right? Bell, but not, you were a 17-year-old who almost pedo baited me, and I managed to put it aside because I don't care so much anymore, and I'm known for being a PDF with a lowercase p. Let me know when you hit 18. Little sorry, but from my POV, you understand, yes. I just have a feeling you're not a bad person at heart, but you're up to some sus stuff like catching older people as a minor or trying to get into Chud and Destiny's DMs. Like, you defo aren't really a chill person, but I don't think you're a bad person. My point has been proven. Why is being a predator also, like, I can't use it if there's only one side as well. It's like hard for me to take everything at face value. But like, this still looks bad for food shops because let's assume food shops version of events in its entirety. Let's assume food shops version of events in its entirety. It's all true. Why are you still DMing this person when you know that they're a minor now under your timeline that you've provided to us? Not only that, but DMs from food shops end indicate that after learning this person was a minor, the minor was sending them NSFW material, which they half jokingly are like, stop sending me that or whatever. And it's like, why would you not block this person? You now know that you've been sexually explicit with them as a minor, even if it was inadvertent, right? You know that having them in your DMs, they're sending you NSFW material even after you've learned that they're a minor. Why would you want to continue any relationship with this person, nevertheless a friendship, when you know that context, if you're supposedly innocent? Like, for somebody that didn't have this inclination, this would be a total, like, the possibility of even talking to them after this point would be absurd. We still hold a relationship through content, and when I turn 18, she invites me to her server. Keep in mind, if she believed I was 19 in the past, it would make no sense for her to keep me banned from her server. Especially, well, she obviously, as the DMs looked, as I looked at them, based on Food Shop's story and version of events, it sounded like she knew at this point when because when did the revelation happen? When does Food Shops claim that she first found out this person was an adult, per her own story? When does Food Shops claim that they found out? Because the DMs that Food Shops sent me to vindicate herself demonstrate that they were referring to a previous revelation. So at what point was the revelation out? This circumstantial evidence further substantiates that she knew I was under 18 back then. Yeah, the circumstantial shit all suggests that she probably knew, or at least suspected it. Because now that I'd actually turned 18, she was unbanning me from 18 plus spaces, whereas when she claims I was 19 and was lying in Discord to guard herself, she didn't do this. I don't get this point. If Food Shop's claim is that she believed that you were 19, she finds out that you're, this is Food Shop's claim, not mine. She finds out that you're a minor. So why would whatever age she believed previously matter under her version of events as it pertains? She wouldn't still be believing that under her version of events. Which I don't believe, by the way. I don't believe, but I don't think that this point cast doubt on that. I think other things cast doubt on that. Okay, you sent me this. This as well wouldn't inherently indicate. This as well would not inherently indicate that you're necessary. Because if Food Shops believe that you were 19 or 18, your parents recently disconnecting from you would make sense with the age that Food Shops supposedly you believed or believed you to be. I don't believe Food Shops actually believed you to be that age once again. I just don't think some of this is what's proving that. Food Shops was 25, I believe. 4 years older than I am now. And is still interested in talking to the then 18-year-old that they now would have confirmation that they knew at this point was a minor at the time they were sexting, which makes no sense to me from the perspective of somebody that isn't attracted to kids. If you learn this, you would want nothing to do with any of this. You would block and move on. I think the fact she banned me from her server... Wait, hold on. Wait, I get what you're saying now. I think I get what you're saying now. I'm sorry, are you claiming that before the two of you were in an intimate relationship, Food Shops banned you for being a minor? You're right. You're right. If that's true. If that's true, okay, if that's true, then it wouldn't make sense for her to believe you were 19. The problem is, this is the start of your DMs. In September of 2024. Okay, you're taking up my whole chat. In the start of September 2024. Or sorry, this is not August. The end of August. I blocked you. Why? What the fuck? I'm confused. Do you have any evidence that the reason you were banned from Food Shop server originally was for being underage? Because I know you're banned from other servers before this point because you were your reputation was one of somebody that like did shady stuff, right? So do you have evidence that the specific reason you got? I'm not saying I don't believe you, but for me to use, I need evidence that that's why you got banned. No, then I can't use that. Like, then because all she could say is that she banned you because you were known as the person in the Cope and Seethe server that had threatened to send Gore some fucking shit. I don't know. I can't really use that as a point, can I? Soon after we got into arguments over content, we slowly became more and more distant now that I was a legal adult until just 2 months after turning 18. She blocks me. I argue with her. My argument has been misinterpreted heavily. I argue that had I pretended I was still underage since I turned 18 just a few months prior, she would still have been nice to me. My messages clearly carried the implication that I believed she had started to resent me now that I was no longer risky and underage. She responded with some dismissive text, skinwalking Destiny speech style, and then blocked. We both deleted parts of our conversations again and went along our separate ways. Since then, she has lied about me, defamed me, and attempted to frame me as a malicious catfisher, all to run from her current situation. I consent to the partial usage of my logs as long as they do not contain PII, which I've sent to some YouTubers. I might make an addendum piece with more information and release a video of the logs. Okay. All we have, this doesn't reveal anything new to me. What we have are logical inferences. There's no smoking gun here for food shops. I'm sorry. That's just not, there's no smoking gun here. And unless you can prove that food shops had banned you explicitly for being a minor from her server at that point in time, I can't use that as a piece of evidence. I'm not saying that I don't believe you. I'm saying what there's a difference between what I personally believe. There's a difference between what I personally believe and what I can prove, right? $10 from Denal. Are you still mad that Destiny exposed you all? Yes, fuming actually. The caller from yesterday was correct. I have a dartboard on my wall with Destiny on. I'm just throwing darts at it. Wait, your DMs start... I don't even know what's going on here. Okay. Anyways, these allegations are for somebody else. There's really just not enough here, for me to necessarily, no, there's enough here for me to make certain insinuations about food shops that do not look good at all. At the very least, if food shops intended, to spawn camp until the moment they were 18, which it seems like they did, That in of itself probably indicates that the only thing stopping them from continuing the relationship with a 17-year-old, regardless if they were lied to or not, was the law. Now, food shops had sent DMs to in the group chat that I don't even know if I'm in anymore. Food shops is the leader of the group, so I don't know if I have access to these, do I? But Food Shop sensed this as the vindicating proof that she'd been lied to at the time about the age. I think we read all of these out. We went through all. Oh, fuck, my chat blocks it. I think it's right here. But this is, I guess, part of those. Yeah, I'm not in the group anymore. So Food Shops, this was her proof. She says, look, maybe one day, but for now, you just seem too much for me, lol. The vibes just don't match. This is, according to Food Shops, this is after Food Shops confirmedly knew they were a minor, according to Food Shops, per Food Shops' own story. Okay? Look, maybe one day, but for now, you just seem too much for me, lol. The vibes just don't match. That's really weird. If you found out that the person you're sexting supposedly was lying to you about being an adult and you now confirmedly know that they're a minor, that's really weird to say the vibes just don't match. Should mention this is after, yeah, this was after you had turned 18. Oh, God, no, okay, yeah, sorry. So you've turned, okay, got it. So you've turned 18 now. You're saying, look, maybe one day, but for now, or Fuji was saying, look, maybe one day for now, you just seem too much for me, lol, the vibes just don't match. Then it fits that you give me a turn off as major as a dishonest fuck you, huh? If I lied and pretended I didn't turn 18, you wouldn't be so rude and distant. I literally didn't even let you into the server or the chat at times because you weren't 18. Don't be weird or implying I'm an actual creep PETA. Wait, when was your 18th birthday and when are these DMs happening? When was your 18th birthday and how long was it before these DMs were occurring? I know, I saw this. If I lied. And Food Shops is not disputing. April 20 is your 18th birthday. So when are these DMs? What's the date on these? Okay, we got it. You sent it to me. Okay. So this would have, okay. So June 28th. So one year ago, you're too schizo for me to handle. I appreciate your presence in chat, but you're too much. That's gonna be a result. No, it's just that our vibes don't match. That's okay. I don't have enough energy to get mad at you. Sorry, but I guess that's true for me too. It is what it is. You know, look, maybe one day, but for now, you seem too much for me. The vibes just don't match. Huh? I literally didn't even let you into the server or the chat at times because you weren't 18. Don't be weird. You're implying I'm an actual creep PETA. Zoom in. When were you, so do you have evidence of which day you were banned from the server at each given point in time? Hold on. Because this is what I do when I'm assessing these arguments. I think, what would their talking point be in response to this? And I try to think like them. Okay? And as I think like them, well, what can you say here? Well, what you could say here is, what they could say here is, okay, regardless if I believe you or not, what they can say here is, this was occurring 2 months after your 18th birthday. These exchanges. So she could have had you banned from chat in the 2 months. Well, no. I guess when does Food Shops claim she found out? When does You know what? Let's just ask Foodie herself. Hold on. When did you find out Okay. So when does Food Shops claim she found out? Because here's the timeline we have. Here's the timeline we have. We know that fucking what is it? We know that in April, so this person turns 18 at some point in April. Food Shops confirmedly knew at the very least that they used to be by April, right? Then 2 months later, Food Shops is referring to having them banned for being under 18. So at what point, if we're to assume Food Shops' version of events, at what point was it realized to Food Shops that this person was in fact not 18, assuming Food Shops was originally lied to? $25 from James. Aiden, get on TW and drop your absolute best evidence on how Starbase is supposedly linked to me. I will donate 300. The proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the pudding. I think everybody should ask. Everybody should always ask you, just to be sure, whether or not you're really Starbase, just to be sure. Was Starbase just DM me? Hold on. 80 baby, why am I hearing you're talking about my cock? You seem pressed in this clip, buddy. If you're upset with me, you can tell me anything. Well, Starbase. There's no proof. There's no proof. Yeah, wait. Why don't you just call in, Denal? Why don't you just call in? Call in, say, we'll have a brief conversation. I won't even ask you. We'll ask general questions. I'll ask what your favorite color is. I'll ask just general, broad questions. We can hear your voice, and we can definitively confirm that you are not Starbase. Better yet, why don't we create a Discord group chat, the three of us? Let's all get in call. Denal has a Discord account. Denal has multiple Discord accounts. And we definitely will not hear a bird chirping in the background. Furthermore, I just want to say, I've been getting a lot of backlash for my lies about DGG, okay? I've finally been convinced. I've finally been convinced that the Snarkers have fed me nothing but lies about DGG. Destiny has never done anything wrong, and I'm ever in any aspect of his life. The Snarkers have lied to me and made me their useful puppet. And you know what finally convinced me of this? You know what finally helped me see the light? Where is it? Oh my god, dude, my notifications are fucking... This is insane. I was finally convinced, finally, when I saw this. Okay, these brave, real people from DGG came into my replies and have finally convinced me of the truth. Destiny ruined the broccoli-shaped, annoying little prick. Aiden doxed a caller live on stream because he lost the debate. Morale coming in and revealing that they checked the entire internet history of a random person, resulting in nothing but personal attacks. Morale coming in and revealing that they checked the entire internet history of a random person, resulting in nothing but personal attacks. Morale coming. I'm now convinced that Morale was coming in and revealing that he checked the entire internet history of a random person and that resulted in nothing but personal attacks. Very real accounts. Real engagement, feel surrounded. That's definitely not DGG's plan. This would definitely indicate that is in fact their plan, of course. But better yet, when we go, I always love to know. I'm a big fan of other countries and other culture. I ask you guys all the time what country you're from because I love to talk about other countries and other cultures. And something that I noticed, I've never actually had any viewers from Nigeria before, but some of these accounts were connected in Nigeria, and I didn't realize that I had such reach in Nigeria. It's great to see that I have exposure now in continents that I didn't even think I was watched. I mean, I know Nigeria is not a continent. I mean, the continent of Africa. Yeah. By the way, that's a clip, okay? This entire diatribe, I'll walk your hand through it. That's a clip. AG4L, England, or whichever account's gonna take that one. Let's get in here, James. Let's have a conversation, all right? Let's have a chat. Okay, all right, got it. Call in. Let's have a chat, Denal. Good old man-to-man chat. Nice chat. What is this? Let's Scroll Twitter show? No, this is the just understanding. Wait a second. I think this guy at the top is a real person. None of these other guys are. This guy is, because I think this is the British guy that called in, that I was like, this guy's so good faith or whatever. God, was I wrong. This is not the Let's Scroll Twitter show. It is the let's look at the legitimate, authentic discourse surrounding my content. Let's take a look at it. Also, yeah, if the claim is that Doobie is buying me off, what about all the fucking DG cheers that have given me money? Why has that not brought me over to their side? It's so embarrassing. It's like, but what about morale? But what about morale? But what about morale? But what about morale? What about anything I've said about morale, by the way, is unfair? Okay? If you're 21 years old, a relationship or any sexual exchanges with a 17-year-old are inappropriate and wrong. And if you do that, I will condemn you for it. Okay? I probably wouldn't talk to you for a while over it, right? But But that is not pedophilia. I've said this before. That is not indicative of a paraphilia. A paraphilia would, and that why is that worth distinguishing? Because a paraphilia would be something that would follow them into further adulthood, right? Somebody that is locked into a certain age range when they're like, let's say 21 and they're attracted to exclusively 14 to 16-year-olds or whatever, they're likely to still be a risk to that age range as they get older. For a 21-year-old, 17 the attraction to an individual 17-year-old could still be in the normal bounds of psychosexual development. The question is, as they get older, are the people they're dating getting older? Are they still maintaining this engagement or interactions with people that fall below that line? And if the answer to that is no, I'm far more likely to believe it was an inappropriate instance of it was an inappropriate case that should absolutely be condemned, but that's not going to have lifelong implications for me on the person that did it, right? That doesn't mean it's okay. That doesn't mean that it's right. That doesn't mean that I endorse it. That doesn't mean that I'm sweeping for it. That doesn't mean any of those things. All that means is that I'm not considering that person colloquially a pedophile. I don't think that's that crazy. And it's really funny because I have never, in all of my coverage, used the fact, and when I could very well use this, I haven't used the fact that Rose was 17 to Destiny. I haven't. You could go back through my coverage. You could go watch the debates. You could go. I haven't used that fact against him, right? I could, but I haven't. So it's like very funny that that guy is also the one that was like harping on morale the hardest over that. Like, in no world would Destiny, if it pertained to anyone outside the context of the Snarkers, would he ever consider, like, that we should be irrevocably condemning and disregarding and disassociating with some guy who, like, years ago, when he was, like, 21, I thought it was a year ago. Apparently it was longer. But, like, when he was 21, had, like, made, like, a half-joking, flirtatious comment to a 17-year-old when he was 21, right? Do you have a known active doxer in your server? Yeah, I have multiple, including Destiny. Yes. Yep. Is there, if you want to dispute something about that, like you made the descriptive claim, then want to go dispute, I think Destiny's actually the only known active doxer that might be there. So why ban Rita? Because it was strategic, right? It was strategic. Rita's gonna get unbanned now. But I was honestly expecting Destiny to just leave after he called in. I think he might have forgot or something. But what is the criticism here? Nobody would even entertain, if I still had Rita in my server in the midst of like all that shit that was going on or whatever, nobody would even consider an argument I was making, because all they would do is say, well, what about that guy? Probably a waste of time, but did you ever see Destiny XQC arguing about the doc? I've not. No, I've not. Unban him now? I'm considering it. I've been considering it since yesterday. I have to think through if I'm going to ban him or not. Who cares about Rita? Demand Doobie show evidence of Destiny's fans. Okay, come on, dude. I think Doobie needs to, before I defend him on the law enforcement claim, the report claim, I need to see evidence of that. You could, if you're analyzing this in good faith, you could probably grant Doobie that at least one person harassed him from Destiny's community. I would be inclined to believe that if you're Destiny, I could even give you, if you say one person from our general sphere harassed you, I'd probably give you that, because that's totally conceivably possible, right? You, at least one person that is adjacent to Destiny probably made a threat or something to Doobie. They did it to me. They did it to me. So why would, like, if some of these people were willing to go and threaten me, why would they not threaten Doobie? That doesn't make any sense. So you have no principles? As it pertains to Discord moderation, not really, no. As it pertains to Discord moderation, I am inconsistent, and I do moderate based on whatever is most beneficial to myself. I will totally own that. I'm unprincipled with the on that front, my moderation solely. Like, for example, someone has been like, why am I getting timed out for doing what that guy did who got timed out for less? And I've answered. I've said, well, that guy's more useful, right? Because everyone wants to play the just trust me bro card, and it's not gonna, I could absolutely, okay, you know that your side is doing this as well, right? The just trust me bro shit also pertained to their claims against the Snark Left server at one point, right? Like, this is like a both way thing. If we're going at this in good faith, you could I understand wanting evidence for some more claims that Doobie's made. But if you're coming at this truly in good faith, which I don't think you are, but if you were coming through this in good faith, you would be willing to probably grant that Doobie has been conceivably harassed by somebody or threatened at least, by somebody from DGG at one point in time. The double standard with all of you is hilarious. No, the burden for evidence, I said to Doobie, and as I said on stream, I'm not defending him on the FBI report because I didn't see evidence of that. But there are some things that are so probable that you could probably grant it. Like, for example, if I was to say to you that I've been to school in my life, I've received an education before college or whatever, would you need to see evidence of that? No, because statistically, it's almost guaranteed that I, as an American, have been to school because I'm legally compelled to do so. It's unlikely that I flew under the radar my entire lifetime without ever going to school, right? Now, as it pertains to when we're talking about two communities clashing with this level of vitriol, personal involvement, blood feuds, allegations being thrown out, character ruining allegations being thrown out, calls for certain figures as fair game, allegations that other figures are doxing, claims that people are harassing, etc. Probability-wise, one of the fixtures of those claims would almost certainly have been threatened by somebody. You believe every insane rumor about Destiny, but you will never question the weirdos who obsess over him. That's why, yes, so true. I believe Doobie without any claim for evidence. That's why I'm still defending him on the reporting to law enforcement claim and haven't like totally backed off on that one until I see evidence. Right? Oh wait, that's exactly what I did. That's like literally exactly what I did. Look, I'm coming at this. I'm not one of the people that's warring per se anymore. I am coming at this. I'm establishing cross-community dialogues here a little bit. It's still obvious whose side I'm on, right? That hasn't changed at all. My criticisms haven't changed, etc. I just believe there's far more utility in being the moderate right now, or not being being more moderate right now. I'm certainly not a moderate on this by any means, okay? Don't mistake that for a second. But being more moderate than some of my peers who are doing more of the, partisan work, right? And establishing some of those dialogues. But the Why are we talking about Ian? Okay, Draftel, you've been talking about the fact that I vape all stream. I don't know, like, I vape. It's something you're gonna have to get over. I don't know what to tell you. I vape. Hold on. One second. All right, anyways, as I was saying, I'm just sifting through something real quick. Yeah, I don't know what I'm... Can I reference these? So, what the fuck? Okay, apparently I'm not even allowed to show this to stream. Never mind then. Never mind. Anyways. It's not a meme. What I just saw was not a meme. This is pretty bad shit, and I would highly urge the person who has given this to me to permit me to share it, but I will not. I will respect those wishes. But that's pretty bad. It's pretty bad shit. Gotta be honest with you. Draw it for you? Yeah, like the Bobby leaks? Yeah? People say I'm so easily swayed by money. I never leaked the Boblax photo. I got offered, one person offered up to 1,000. Everybody else was cumulatively offering me hundreds. I never leaked that, despite the absurd offers of money I was receiving to do so. I never actually leaked that. So the whole, like, I'll do anything for money argument is, like, fucking retarded. Okay. Anyways. Also, what is the point of knowing secret information if you just tell everyone, if you just give it out immediately to everyone? Hold on, I'm now doing food shops. What is the point of talking about secret information? Because it's being shared with me live right now. That's what I'm doing. The person who's sharing it is watching. I'm urging them to give me permission to share it. They obviously won't, so. But yeah, the basically very authentic engagement from DG. I also love this new narrative that I had to call in morale for help yesterday. This is my favorite of the new narratives. Anyone who wanted to call in was brought in yesterday. When the person I was talking to said Destiny wants in, I let him in no question, right? Morale wanted in to talk to the person I was talking to, and I let him in as well. Just as I let in other callers, right? Whether it was to my benefit or not. Morale did fine, but I certainly don't need morale to help me win a debate. I don't know what where that claim's even coming from, and I will happily talk to anybody about what I talked about yesterday without morale being present, if that's the claim. Just like I've done 5v1s against these people. Okay, Foodie's getting back to me with a period of when she allegedly found out this person was 18. Or, sorry, not 18, that they were underage. Per her own version of events. Okay. Aiden, you need a war. This is not what I wear when I'm out. This is just my, these are the clothes I sleep in, really. I just have a bunch of, like, black t-shirts, that I wear for or black or gray t-shirts that I wear for casual wear. But when I go out, I dress differently. Okay. So there is an ongoing situation that I don't have any access to. So this Chibi review shit, I could be covering it, but I don't know where to start because the person that told me where I should start, looking into it, deleted that, I guess, which is awesome. Thanks for making it really easy. So I asked Grok where I should start, and Grok said this. It starts with this, okay? Am I blocked by this person? Can we stop Foodie? She's a gross pedo. Why try to cutesy up her name? Someone who wants to rap around a 12-year-old shouldn't be allowed anywhere. I'm sorry. I mean, I guess. Sure. I don't. But, like, aren't you... To be fair, Twist, weren't you... I could have you mixed up. Were you not in Parry's server with Spinal BJ? Yeah, is that shit worth covering? Wait! Hold on. I'm being told that Jimmy is about to debate Purple Parry. Somebody at me when it's time. Somebody at me when it's time. We're gonna watch. Okay, Food Shops got back to me. Let me... Definitely couldn't find it. It was definitely a while ago. Maybe earlier 2025 would be my guess. Late 2024, early. So Food Shops is putting the range of when she supposedly figured out this person's real age, for to go by her version of events. The range she's given me is earlier 2025, possibly late 24. You really needed that producer, Aiden. Yeah, it did. Late 24 would be pretty bad, no? I think so. Okay. While we wait for the parry shit, I guess, we could take a look at this as summarized by Grok, because nobody put anything about this in my inbox, and I don't know anything about, so I didn't know where to start. So I guess it starts here, apparently. Chibi Reviews versus Dame, I think her name is. What's this person's name? Okay, I can't even... This is just completely schizo. I'm gonna go piss while I wait for this fucking parry interview. Never mind. Oh, not YouTube. I'm not gonna cover it. I'm not. Nobody linked me jack shit on this. I'm not covering it. I'm not covering it. Because I don't know where to begin. This one I was about to go and actually do research myself and do my job. But the person that told me where I should go for that deleted the message for no reason at all. other than to spite me. So give me 2 seconds. I just gotta pee. We're gonna watch this Perry versus Jimmy conversation that's supposedly about to happen. Which seems like it could be good. We'll keep going or whatever. Just push it in inbox. We'll take it as it comes. All right. Dude, I'm fucking lazy as shit, bro. But that's just the game. That's the game, right? Alright. Anyone who attacked Liam outed themselves as stunted and low IQ. What happened with Liam? Oh, you're talking about the Parry shit? Oh, somebody elaborate on Wix AI summary. Liquid Sonic has released 25 videos in the period in Wix AI summary, yet the sample given is 2 videos to conclude that he speaks about Destiny 45% of the time. This being included should make all analyses baseless if such a basic error happened. Also worth noting that Wix's most popular viewed videos are all Destiny related, with several released before the 2024 time period used. Yeah, the parameters set for the analysis are totally arbitrary and varied. Like for example, for me, if the range is from if the range is from May of 25, if the range is from May of 25 to June of 26, right? That would skew because I was streaming again, like my VODs predate this by 7 months, right? That would skew the sample size way more towards Destiny because for like the last month or two, I've upped my coverage on him. Why for Wick is the sampling so much greater? This is not going to be an accurate representation of percentage covered, right? And also the time span is totally variable. But yeah, Liquid Sonic, they just input it's a sampling size of 2. Which concludes that he covers them 50% of the time. Can we see the methodology of why the ranges are skewed? All right, is Jimmy covering?
Dying. This guy died. This guy died.
Is Perry on yet?
Thank you. Wait, hold on. Thank you, Blurt Barbie.
All right, he's not even on yet. All right. Anyways. Does this analysis exclude any mentions of Destiny used for the general noun compared to the straight? Wait, you're right. Wait, how do they know we're not saying like it is your destiny to wait. So some of these mentions literally just might be usage of the word. And then that would also vary based on like the respect. All of these people have different vocabulary, right? Or sorry, not different vocabularies, different linguistic styles or whatever, and different ways that they speak, words that they regularly use versus words that they don't. Why would you know, this would also be a huge confounding variable in the sample size. Can we actually get, like, Yale to conduct a study into this? All right, so I'm hearing there are some new Liam Donovan leaks coming on Insta. I don't know if we should do a live Loam review. But I'm hearing it's bad. I'm hearing it's very, very bad. Oh my god. Holy sweet mother of God. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good on that one. It's captioned. You know what? Fuck it, man. Fuck. It's captioned. Well, I just want to make sure that I'm not pulling up my personal Insta. Fuck me, dude. Been going through a lot personally the last few months, but it's turning around recently. Here's a few photos to get back into posting. Why is that like, what do you call that? The Sanrio thing or whatever that the age players use? What happened? This used to be the guy that would, like, make fun of me, call me gay and shit. What is been going through a lot personally. Did you break up with Kai? I hope so. We can't even hear. Can we even hear it? There's a cat. Great stuff. Awesome stuff. He will not be permitted to leave the house without a leash by next month. His only outside time is permitted at the local dog park, apparently. So I've heard rumors. I've heard rumors saying this. Dude, it's bad, man. It's bad. The change, you just had to... Me and Lee, we were legitimately friends. We had some great talks behind the scenes. We talk about life. You know, we had great conversations. And the change was so sudden and so remarkable. Not just as it pertains to this sort of stuff, but his personality. All of the sudden, the guy that a few months ago was like, you're being like you're being an F slur or whatever. A few months later, is going off on me in the DMs for saying that's gay about something. Giving me like this whole essay about my like internalized homophobia or something because I said that's gay. Liam is the GOAT. Liam is the GOAT. All right. So when is this, I don't know how much longer I'm able to procrastinate. When is the debate happening? We have this. The Muhammad Light. Who's Muhammad Light?
Clash Royale has grooming allegations. It really does never end, huh? This is Muhammad Light, who is a world champion in Clash Royale. Didn't even know that was still a thing. I just heard about Clash Royale in the past because of Jinxie, but Jinxie on that league type shit right now. But a friend of Muhammad's, Nate, posted this document written by @Matt2KK, Atro, and himself.
Why'd my
and
chat
just off
background disappear now? Oh, there we go.
the bat, the way that this document is being
received. Ian Noir, I think so this was like a bit from the John Swan days, which was my first time talking to Destiny, which Destiny just found out apparently the other night on a food shop stream. But this is back from I think he's like, because John Swan made a video on him doing this. I don't know if John Swan did it to mimic him or he did it to mimic John. I don't remember.
Received is pretty 50-50. There's a lot of people defending Muhammad because they don't believe a 17 to 21 age gap is really that important.
Wait. Huh? I didn't realize this is actually very relevant to the previous discourse we've had. This is very, very relevant.
And they're calling out the motivations from Nate here because just weeks ago, Nate was glazing the fuck out of Muhammad. All of a sudden, they have an argument. They have a fight on the time.
Also, the question, what country is he from as well? Not that it would make it right all of a sudden. But if it's a lot of countries, the age of consent is 17. Not that that would make it morally right speaking, but that would mean that, like, people who are younger, that are okay with going younger, might, like, be more... I don't even know what that would really mean here. Egypt. He's from Egypt. And it's a 17... And it's a 17-21 relationship in Egypt. I mean, I feel like they've got other things to worry about. Okay, that's bad to say. I know, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Still bad. Still bad. Still bad. But I know there are different norms.
Timeline, and now we have this document. So it's like, why were you holding on to this? But then there's the other side that's like, oh, Muhammad's a groomer, he's a pedophile, let's get him out of here. Pretty standard stuff. As far as Nate's motivations, I also found it a little suspicious. This all started from win trading allegations and an argument on June 2nd, where Nate is calling out certain plays. He's like, oh, you did this on purpose, blah, blah, blah. And then Muhammad doesn't like that. He's all like, the way you question every play I made is making me feel like a shit player. Quit being a weirdo. You know how much I respect you and love you, but I'm not doubting you as the GOAT of this game or deck-wise. Associating yourself with Heisenberg is a mistake, and you've admitted it before. I know you wouldn't have replied to this unless he asked you, because I'm cooking his shit. Then Muhammad denies the...
Wait, never... I didn't mean to slander Egypt. In 2008, the age of consent was raised to 18. Got it. So even in Egypt, it's not permissible.
Claims that he says, and Nate comes back with, you really want to beef with me. You really do.
Did Morale just flirt? Yes. In Morale's case, it was like the damning evidence I saw was like this, like he was doing and Morale, this is Morale's problem. And I said this to Morale in DMs, okay? I don't buy that he doesn't remember some of the shit he was saying he didn't remember yesterday with Destiny. I didn't buy that. I gotta be honest with you. To me, it seemed like he got really nervous that situation got brought up again and was doing his defense strategy that he used back then with me when I was grilling him on it, where he claims he doesn't remember certain things, right? And although I can maybe understand why he's like that, that is not the strategy you would use there, right? You need to be as forthcoming, as transparent about it as possible, right? But do so in a manner where you control what the implications of that would be. Say, yeah, a few years ago when I was 21, or I was like flirting with this, or I sent flirtatious messages at that time to somebody who was like 17, and that was like reckless and like wrong and like really shitty of me to do, and that's why I haven't done it like since. But it was just like it was like one or two like flirtatious messages or some shit, right? And then you can then go into which is weird that you take issue with that, Destiny, because and then you can got it. But when you're doing the whole, I don't remember what her name was, I don't remember, nobody buys that shit. You just look like you're being, I feel like it is true that they flirted, like, I only remember one example of, like, overt flirtation when because I grilled him on this at the time. And he was doing this back then with me, where he was like, I don't remember. The truth of the matter is, I understand it's tiring to relitigate this, but that's hopefully, that's Morale's worst drama he's ever gonna face. And if that's true, that will always be a go-to target of anybody looking to smear you in bad faith. And it's something you're gonna have to address. And if you're going to address it, which if you continue an online career, you're almost certainly gonna have to address it, you need to get every detail about that situation correct, burn it into your memory, and understand what your defense is. Because the whole I don't remember shit isn't going to work when people bring it up to you.
Don't think I know about this stuff you've done at Worlds last year and in...
Dan is correct when he said why Destiny lost the second conversation. When Dan said, always be on the attack, he is correct. When you start being like a little dodgy, showing evasiveness to certain questions about pretending to your own situation, that exudes weakness to the opposition, and they will go in on that harder. And it makes you look bad over that to others, and the blanks that you decide to leave there will be filled in by the people who are using this against you, and they will be filled in using in the worst ways possible, right? So be transparent about the narrative, be transparent about the facts, what actually occurred, and understand what the reasonable defense is for those, and control the narrative.
In the past, keep on going and see what happens. It doesn't get more blackmail than this. He just went from saying, I love and respect you. Muhammad comes back with some heat and he's like, hey, motherfucker.
By the way, we're almost halfway to Streamly goal. If you want to help us hit it, you can support us through tips, through Streamlabs or Super Chat.
You think I don't know what you've done? You might want to rethink this. But then in the document, they're all like, oh yeah, we didn't talk about it because the victim, but there's no like sign that the victim even signed off on this document coming out. And the lack of evidence that they show would lead me to believe the same thing. There's also this video that Nate posted 10 days ago on his channel. It's over now, where he's talking about this. And let's see what Nate has to say before posting a document accusing his friend of grooming.
I think Mo is a really...
Wait, Parry ran? Again?
I was a few seconds behind earlier. Do you have anything else to talk about? We're just gonna sit here for like an hour.
Did he run? Dude, he ran from... He didn't even... I wasn't gonna ambush this one. Swear on my life. I wasn't gonna... It's not about me, okay? I think Jimmy can handle his own. I know Parry would insta-leave if I went and ambushed it. It was not even my plan to ambush it. This guy ran from a fucking debate with Jimmy. Dude. This is their guy. I hate... Why also Wick? Why is Parry a part of the analysis? He's not in our community. I hate him. And have chased him away, okay? He's not one of us. He's not one of our guys, is he? He shouldn't even be relevant to this comparison. I fucking hate him. And it's not even like with the J-Stock thing where it's like, I hate him, but I'm working with him now. I'm not working with him. I'm not talking with him unless I'm debating him. I despise that individual.
nice guy. I look, I'm not trying to put like a Ginny on or anything, but I think Mo is actually like a good, he's a good, nice guy, but I feel like he tries to fit in with the wrong people when he doesn't need to, right? Mo did not decide to do anything until, until this tweet, right? Until I said this, which again, I do regret. I already apologized to him, but obviously the bridge is already burned. I do glaze him. I do think he's still the best player in this game. Again, I was never doubting his achievements wise. I never doubted that. I never said that he wasn't the GOAT of anything, of any deck wise. I only said that he wouldn't traded Heisenberg.
So in this video 10 days ago,
Heisenberg? Who the fuck? Heisenberg?
He's talking about how, Mo is a good dude. He glazes him. He's the face of the game. He's the GOAT. And then we drop a document accusing him of being a groomer and a piece of shit. Life really comes at you fast, huh, Nate? Anyways, let's look at this fucking document, shall we? I need some fluids in me for this. I opened it in a PDF because the word...
Yes, he's a cancer. He is a tumor on the face of this community, and no community that he's in do I want to be in, because to have that guy by your side already means you fucking lost.
Doc was just too small for me to zoom in and see it from where I'm sitting. Disclaimer, all screenshots, evidence, and information presented...
He'll continue to sabotage optics-wise, because it's he's not getting any attention for his commentary or his insight. The only way he gets attention is by making enraging statements, which he'll always resort back to when the going gets tough, as he did recently, right, with the fucking Destiny abuse victim tier list or whatever. So they could then go, look, these guys don't actually care about the women involved. Because for some reason he's these guys. He's not these guys. I don't know who's still running with him, but he's certainly not these guys. He has assaulted 2 women. I think in some facets he's worse than Destiny.
In this document,
some facets, not all. Okay, not all.
To the best of our knowledge, accurate and truthful at the time of publication. We have made every effort to ensure the integrity of the content shared herein. Well, that doesn't really inspire confidence. Pro tip, if you're confident that your evidence is...
You're biased, so your opinion is lacking. Okay, you don't need to trust my word. I can present evidence for every premise I've provided. He's admitted to assaulting 2 women. right? You'd have to take my word that his IRL friend, when I was in Malta, told me the whole story with him there, which Parry's never disputed as I've recounted it.
Factual. You don't need a disclaimer telling people that it might
But
be
this is literally just cope. Just admit you want to support a bad person. And if you do, I don't know what ground you have to stand on if you're talking about people like Destiny, or if you're talking like why, like, it's like we need to morally stand over these bad people, but don't look at the bad person that's like standing right next to me. And if you try to apply your morality there, it's moral figging or whatever.
Factual at the time that you uploaded it. And Muhammad hasn't responded yet, so I'm going to be looking out for that when that comes out. They drop his full government, and they put it in Arabic as well, just in case you were confused. He is a 21-year-old Egyptian professional Clash Royale player whose dominance and competitive achievements have earned him the admiration of countless fans worldwide. Many are only aware of his skill in gameplay, yet very few know what goes on behind the scenes. Then they established that there's been serious grooming and misconduct allegations that have circulated throughout the...
Evidence doesn't count if you're... Yeah, that's like fucking Fox News boomer, like, levels of argumentation. It's genetic fallacy. It's totally fallacious reasoning that you would only be using if you had vested interest in being dishonest.
Scene, and there just hasn't been any concrete information until now. They're going to keep the victim anonymous. A lot of people seem to already know who the victim is, and, you know, her name is circulating in these threads, but for her sake, because I don't think she...
You've never heard these allegations? Okay, so these are the allegations. The first one, he's admitted to, but I can't tell you definitively that happened because he lies. Right? But the first one was he pushed some woman in front of a car. I don't know how true that is. The second one that was recounted to me in person by his IRL friend that he's admitted to on stream. Basically, in Malta's capital, while they were on some excursion, it was him, his friend, and this girl. It's unclear if the friend... It seemed like the friend might have had something with her. I don't know. Right? But it seemed like to me, based on the way the story was told, that he'd been third wheeling or something, right? But they were all there, standing outside of this, what was then at the time a bar. He was 18 years old at this point, according to him. I think he might have been 19, but that's besides the point. Basically, he gets into some argument with his friend and the girl, and he's talking with his hands a lot. And his friend looks away for a sec and looks back and says something, thinks that Parry touched her. So he says to him, he's like, don't put your hands on her or something. So according to Parry, he's like, well, you know, show him what fucking putting hands on her like looks like. I got frustrated. So he turns around, he clocks her in the face, and he breaks her nose. He literally breaks her nose. She won't talk to him to this day, as the story was recounted to me. He then flees the scene, runs to a bus stop while this girl's nose is broken, she's crying, etc. He runs to a bus stop, and then while he's like there or whatever, these Slavic guys who saw the bleeding, crying girl asked where he went, tracked him down, and beat the ever-living shit out of him, and then he got arrested. He told you this? He didn't just tell me this, he said it on stream. His friend told me this. I thought it was a bit at first. I thought this was all like a bit. It's like sort of endearing when you think this guy's just a giant troll. When you realize he is this way. He is unironically a piece of shit. It stops being funny.
Actually approved of this document being released in the first place. I'm not going to mention her name. There's also another screenshot going around where she doesn't think that she was...
Aiden, you want me to call in? If you want to call in. I don't know what about, but sure.
groomed, but teens who are getting groomed usually don't think they're getting groomed, so that doesn't really matter all that much. She's currently 17, and Light met her when she was 13 and he was 17, so they have a 4-year age gap. Their friendship was something that drew online speculation because they were known to spend
Wait, this makes it worse. This actually makes it worse for me. Okay? The reason I always say 17 is not necessarily indicative of abnormal psychosexual development if you're 21, right? I say that, but that's only because 17 is post-pubescent, and many times, right, you wouldn't be able to distinguish, one, like, if you had a picture of a 17 or an 18-year-old up. This is why when you're, like, this is why even going for 18-year-olds is, like, you know, even then I fucking raise an eyebrow or whatever. But besides the point, right, 13 and 17 is insane. 13 and 17 is crazy, actually.
long hours together in private calls. Okay, and they go on to establish all their relationships to the victim. As for us three, we have remained silent for this long purely out of respect for H's wishes. Despite everything, H and Light share a close bond, and she has asked us on multiple occasions to stay quiet. We have honored this
Well, if you're being groomed, that would make sense.
request until now. However, recent events have made it impossible for us to continue standing by while Light faces no accountability for his actions. It's really hard to believe that they stayed quiet only because of the victim.
Any evidence besides already stated? Well, besides the fact that Parry, like, what would it take for you? You would have to think that I was lying about this at the time, even after I was still cool with Parry, that I was lying about being told this. Parry never disputed it, and you would have to believe that even before I said I heard it from the IRL friend, Parry admitted to it on stream as like a bit or something, right? Ask him about it directly.
Less than 2 weeks after Nate gets upset, he says he apologized for the threat and the blackmail, even though he fully planned on going through with the blackmail anyways. They're alleging that what flipped the switch is that Mohammed started getting pissed off at H, the anonymous victim, because these grooming accusations came back up at the same time as all of the arguing with Nate and the win trading controversy. Honestly, I think Nate, if you're gonna come out and call him a groomer and you were holding that over his head while also, still being chill with him, and if he probably ironed that out with all of you, you would have still been chill with him, that also makes you fucking weird, dog. I have to say it. I have to agree with a lot of the criticisms. That would make you fucking weird. Because the second you got pissed at him online, you're threatening to reveal it. That's not showing any amount of respect to the victim. You're literally using it as a fucking bargaining chip in a win trading argument? Yeah, no, fuck that.
True. When you're spearheading allegations, there should be consideration for the person who the allegations pertain to. This whole, like, running with them preemptively to get an own sort of thing is, like, you are, in a sense, you're not victimizing them necessarily, but you are worsening their already existent victimization. Now, if this person is, to be fair, if this person was being groomed, etc., they might not be willing to come out about this story, and it seems like they weren't. But if this guy, I don't know if there can be an argument made that if it's a public-facing person frequenting a community with kids, if there's some sort of obligation to reveal this, right? But also, it's worth noting that the person who brought it up only brought it up when they started beefing.
That shit. You're weird too for that. H and Light's friendship, while outwardly normal for years, began to shift in 2025. The following sections detail the progression of events that brought us to where we are today. Prior to November 2025, around April 2025, Light began sending messages to H, which she found deeply uncomfortable. He would call her cutie, express that long travel would be worth it just to see her, and make remarks that crossed the line of a platonic friendship. H made it clear to him that his behavior was making her uncomfortable, yet the flirting persisted. Around this same time, Light also began sending her unsolicited gifts, including headphones, clothes, and chocolates. At this time, H was 16 years old. This is the
Sounds like grooming.
definition of missing context. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and say, yeah, sure, these are replies to H. But when you're providing information like this, at least give me, like,
yeah, but also these screenshots do not substantiate it.
some of the surrounding conversation. Don't just fucking single out the one this cherry pick.
Everyone, that you can't use screenshots like that. You can't. If they're, like, purposely cutting contacts.
You're cherry picking information. I have no idea what the fuck is being talked about here. Goodnight Cutie does the little heart thing. This is if you guys know Full Metal Alchemist, Roy Mustang does this, and it's become a gif where it's like a heart, so now people do this. Even though travel takes ages, I still don't mind since you'd be there. If he's saying all this to a 16-year-old, that's weird, okay? You got that. Why does this screenshot look like this? Because it doesn't look like a screenshot of Snapchat, so why did someone take a picture of their phone with another phone? What the fuck is going on here? I swear I have no bad intentions toward you. I just speak the truth and like you a lot, so it is torture. Smiling, crying face. It was like if you let me flirt with you, then it temporarily relieves me a bit, even if I get ignored. And if you
what is
don't...
this screenshot? This is how green screenshots shit. Except it's a little better because it's not sideways.
And we stop talking, then that's also good. This is a weird... It's just a weird looking screenshot, but okay.
Mohammed Light.
I'll give you this one too. Give you the benefit of the doubt. I still need to hear Mohammed's response to all this. November 2025, CRL. Prior to the 2025 Clash Royale League World Finals, both H and Light were planning on a...
God, there's something, like, so satisfying to me about, like, Times New Roman font. I don't know what it is, man. It's just, like, it's just, like, incredibly satisfying. I literally I need to just, like, I don't watch porn. I just have, like, a bunch of text typed with Times New Roman font on it. That's what I do in my free time. That's what I do in my free time.
attending the DreamHack event in Atlanta, Georgia. DreamHack? Don't they have Smash Bros there too? I fucking knew it. We should have known. Every time I hear Light, I'm thinking of like the Fox Light too from Ultimate. Sorry, Light. You're not involved in this, but I'm just stimming. Light was attending as a world finalist, and H wished to go visit and meet her friends for the first time. It should be known that contrary to some rumors, Light did not fly out H to the event, nor did they share any rooms together. That's great. Great that they didn't do that. H then reached out to her and Light's mutual friends for support on the matter, and what she discovered was deeply troubling. Rather than being honest about what was happening, Light had spent over a year actively constructing a false version of events to present to his inner circle, one in which H was the one who had pursued him romantically, and
Also, the shit with Parry, I bring up that point, not to say that that's the determining factor for him being you can, like, at 18, make a bad decision and go punch somebody and move on. But, like, the only reason I even knew about this to begin with, it was only confirmed by the friend, is because he literally he brags about it on stream. He thinks it's funny. He doesn't feel, like, any remorse over it. When his friend was telling me, he was laughing about it.
he was the one who did not reciprocate. This was a deliberate inversion of the truth, and it held for as long as it did because H, out of respect for their friendship, never dared to contradict it. When confronted by friends about the messages he had sent her, Light selectively hid the most incriminating ones, only revealing them under pressure. Even then, he left out key messages entirely, including one in which he expressed that traveling to the US would be worth it specifically because H would be there. His friends, including those close both to him and H, had believed his version of events for a year before the truth came to light. I see what you did there. It was also during this period, in the lead up to the Atlanta event, that Light confessed his romantic feelings to H directly over private messages. She rejected him. Is that what this one is? H talking to a mutual friend about how Light would flirt with her and how she never saw him in any romantic way. Okay, yeah, this is how I can tell that they're not working with the girl, because they don't even have the screenshot of what they're claiming up here. When you make a document, it's gotta go claim evidence. You can't claim that he confessed her feelings to her and then not show that private message, because they probably didn't get this green light by the victim. He accepted it and told me he didn't want to talk anymore because it hurts too bad, and then a few days later shit was back to normal. And then he started saying flirty shit. I told him it made me uncomfortable.
And I'm so guilty of it. To be fair, my own bias probably pushed me into assessing this more for what it is, right? But, like, if you're gonna apply morality against the people you don't like, you can't have it both ways. You can't have the, I'm so against moral posturing and moral thinking, whenever it, like, benefits the people around you, while actively trying to be the people that apply your morality to the coverage of others, or whoever your given target is at any given point in time. You have nothing to stand on then. You're only applying morality in those instances because it's beneficial to you.
Stop for a bit and then started again. Dude, fuck. I always thought it's the opposite.
Why is
you flirting and him not giving traction? Oh, that's not what happened. That's crazy. The way he told everything never showed that was the case. I've never flirted with him. I've never seen him that way. And this is just H talking to someone about the USA comment. Riley, Light's best friend, directly telling Light in DMs to quit harassing her. Yeah, you are literally harassing her, so just let it go. Why take screenshots like this, dude? If this is a message to Light, there's got to be conversation surrounding it, and all of that would be important. That would be great to have here. Why does the screenshot look like this? This is stupid. Post November 2025. At the World Finals itself, little contact was made between them.
He said he asked for clips. Where did Jimmy ask me for clips? Huh? What does he want a clip of? You have to tell me so I can't just, when you say give him the clips of some super vague thing, like what clip do you want? I'll give it to you. You just have to tell me what it is.
As she was reluctant to spend time with him given his behavior towards her in the months prior. Following the event, H cut off contact with Light, having been advised by her close friends to do so. And then after a month, they reconciled and resumed their friendship on relatively normal terms. And yep, this is where the Heisenberg win trading allegations, that's what brought back the grooming.
This is boring as shit. But yeah, if it's true that this guy was 17 with a 13-year-old, that dude is a creep. It's a creepy shit, bro. Any clips will do. So Jimmy just wants a clip. He just wants a clip. Is that he's just looking for a clip? Like, period. Okay. Any clips will do. Why don't let me just ask him. Oh my, why does this guy... He's afraid I'm going to derail, so he has a closed live because he doesn't want me to derail. He's not even bringing me in. Forget it. Forget it. He wants a clip of you doing a gamma and I don't have that shit on hand. Alright, what else is there to cover? What else is there to cover? Was told to check out this clip. New Ethan Klein lawsuit meta. Rob Norris says Sarah the Raging Tomato sued him for aiding/abetting defamation.
Overly litigious in the space because it could set a precedent that basically will eventually result in these spaces just sort of self-eliminating, like just no one wanting to do it anymore because of what it'll open you up to. So many of you know that I am part of a lawsuit that I've been sued by Sarah Tomato.
I think this is what happens.
Who is Sarah Tomato?
When people fuck with the panelverse that way.
There are, I believe, 6 counts, and I am being sued in one of those 6 counts. So I will read that count to you.
Runs around with the speakeasy crowd. That's what he means by the panel. Dude, there's this whole sub-community of, like, fucking onks that, like, use StreamYards, and they're called the panel, and it's the most insane, like, it's the most insane lineup and cast of characters. You know, you can't even comprehend that.
The process has shown me a lot about the legal system. I've never been sued, believe it or not. So it's showed me a lot about the legal system that's sort of laughable.
They're all alcoholics, too. They're all unironically alcoholics. Like, that's the one thing. I'm like, what links all these people together? They have different politics. Well, StreamYard is one of it, right? StreamYard is the thing that they all do in common. Many, but not all, are over the age of 50. But the other reoccurring theme is they all have a problem with alcohol.
But what can you do?
Or substance use.
And I want to point out to you, and the reason I'm doing this is, I think that it's important that people see.
You should go. I want to go on more panels. I just got to know where to go. I do unironically need a producer, man. At this point, yeah. I just need to hire someone who will get me on panels, give me dockets for streams, and it's just my job to fucking show up. Okay? That's what I want my job to be. To just show up.
Just how...
I've been on Speakeasy before. I've been on Verbal Combat before.
How much of a chilling effect the sort of actions I've been
Verbal Combat specifically, I don't think I'm going to do again. Because they can donate to kick you, which is so fucking stupid. I beat a guy he got voted out. So all he did was he donated 100 and I got kicked. The fuck would I want to do that for? And then people are like, Aiden, I'm gonna give them your money to get you. I'm gonna give them my money to get you unkicked. No, fuck that. Give me your money. Don't give it to Don't give it to them.
Talking about and things like this litigation could have on these online spaces. And so you want to ask yourself, would you want to be involved in an online space where you could face yourself being sued in a manner of which I am? Is that people you'd want to be involved with? Is that a space?
No. A lot of people who would otherwise be willing to give critical coverage, even if they believe everything they're saying to be correct, may now have paused in doing so because they believe they're opening themselves up to litigation. And litigation is scary regardless of if you think you're going to win or not. Nobody wants to be fucking dragged to court.
Case you want to be involved with? And really, an inspiration that I have, yeah, Lactoid gets it, lawyer makes things work. The inspiration that I have in how I'm approaching this, believe it or not, is Afro Man. I think Afro Man taking a stance for free speech and saying, no, I'm not going to give in to this, I think has influenced me a lot. I think this space matters online. I think that the ability to...
What is the basis of her lawsuit, and what does she do?
To go hard at people is something that we should appreciate and we should preserve. And I think that litigation of this...
Debate here at the Raging Tomato. The Raging Tomato. Okay, let's look. The Raging Tomato presents. This isn't even a video, it's a trailer. This is like schizophrenic. What is this?
I walk the line.
What template is she? You're not even showing off your debate prowess. You're just like showing that you're there with a bunch of copyrighted music over it that I'm gonna have to now, unfortunately. YouTube is so annoying. There should just be an option, cut out all copyright material, because it's easy if you play one copyrighted song. If you go on mobile into YT Creator Studio, you could just click trim from the VOD. But if it's multiple songs, when you click that option on mobile, if you click one, it has to wait for that to process where you could go to the other. As opposed to if you're going on PC to manually edit it out. Oh, she's a moderator? She's a moderator. Fire the editor? Edited by Ryle Kittenhouse? She sets up these. Maybe we'll go on it and hopefully not get sued. What is Rob being sued for? What is her like basis for suing Rob?
Style.
Oh wait, here it is. Oh, I'm not watching this full 2-hour thing. Wait, she's suing because I'm sorry. So she got blackballed. She got blackballed from a debate. She got blackballed from a debate panel or whatever. And now, how did this end with her suing these people? Is she aiding and abetting defamation? We don't have much info yet, but Raging Tomato is suing Rob because he was working with Andrew Wilson when Andrew blackballed her show. How is that even basis for a fucking... Huh? Will we find out? I mean, court's open tomorrow, right? So will we find out tomorrow? I'd imagine he's just been served, so that's how he knows. But wouldn't it be would it be filed in court tomorrow?
It's atrocious, and has a chilling effect on that. I will get myself an American flag suit. Now, you may be thinking,
oh, it started in April, apparently. Then why aren't the filings public? Huh? $300,000 lawsuit? Has anyone made a video covering this? Oh, here it is.
This
looks like it could be interesting.
I think he doesn't know the power of the panelverse.
oh shit, not the panelverse. Oh no, not the.
Oh yeah, they all have these like horrible autistic like tone deaf edits.
Each other for a couple months, I guess, ever since I debated this RT.
All right, Rob needs to do what Parry's doing. All right, I don't know much about this Rob guy other than he's the one that he had that like funny like I'm not using ChatGPT, I'm using Claude or something, that like debate with Destiny or whatever. That's all I know about this guy.
P guy.
But he needs to pan up a little bit.
She wanted me to apologize because I brought up his kids. I didn't bring up his kids in a ridiculous connotation whatsoever. He was insulting me both before the stream and during the stream about how I clearly couldn't get a woman and wouldn't be married, and implying that like I'm unattractive or some bullshit like that. I asked if he was married. He said he used to be.
That's mean. That's mean.
But he big maned me that he sleeps with a bunch of women. So I said, do you have kids? Now, I asked that question for a reason, not to insult his kids. Oh my gosh, parents have thought. Because it's ridiculous as it is.
Okay,
I never...
Morgan, are you... Is this the BPF drama? I think she modded debated for Andrew and had an after hers show. Rob went on it, put off, and they tried to cancel him. You know... I think that if I can, let me just put it through a code. Let me do some code breaking real quick. No, I think this is that drama, possibly. I don't know anything about it.
Thought it was a big man. Oh man, you sleep with a bunch of chicks. Cool. But it goes from being like, whatever, this is stupid to, yeah, it's actually really fucking tragic. If you have a family, that's bad. That's really bad. That's it. That's all I said. We have kids.
By the way, if you guys want to help us hit halfway to Streamly goal, great way to help us out is to tip through Streamlabs and Super Chats. We're never gonna hit it, but if we get halfway, I'll call that a win.
Kids that I wouldn't be bragging about having shitload of women. Why don't you settle down and find him a mother? Then I said something, I don't even know if people could hear it, but he claimed that he was going to titty fuck me. And I was like, you talk like that in front of your kids? Or something like that. That's it. This is after he was going after me for my wife and shit. But I didn't care. I wasn't walking away there like, ooh. I was just like, you gave me shit, I gave you shit. No problem. By the way, that's a theme that you'll see, I think Sarah misinterprets with me. Nonetheless, Sarah said I should apologize to him afterwards. I assume something happened, like RTP Price said, I don't want to come back because things got personal, and then she asked me to apologize. I said no. I never told people that Sarah asked me to apologize. What I did was said that people suggested that I apologize, and I was wondering to my audience, did they think I went over the line? And most of my audience said no, but a couple said, yeah, you still should have said skits. I was like, well, I'm not going to apologize. And I told Sarah that, and I was like, no hard feelings. If you can't have me back on the show, no problem. Totally get it. Not going to apologize. Apparently, some people made snide comments to snare about this. I came on the next day and told my audience, don't fuck with Sarah. It's not, she didn't do anything. That's fine.
Okay.
Ever since then, it's like things.
So just so I'm not missing anything, the Raging Tomato hosted a panel. Rob and Andrew Wilson were on it. Was it Rob? Okay. Was Rob shit talking Andrew? Was the back and forth with Andrew here? We're talking about some other guy. Oh, he was not on. Okay, God. That's the only thing I was confused on. Okay, we're talking about some other guy. So he's on with some other guy. They're trash talking, and she goes and asks Rob to apologize over the trash talking. Now, we'll wait to see where Andrew comes into this.
Been chippy. No, she has, my audience always wants me to go on these panels. Okay, I'm going to go on the panel. Connor's there. Connor's talking about real conservatives, after Charlie Kirk, and shitting on Charlie Kirk and stuff. And everyone's like, go get that fucker. Go on the open panel and get that fucker. So I go on the open panel and I get that fucker. And once he starts getting blown out, starts spurting out and just fucking talking over me. It's constant. And then finally, the moderator, Sarah just let it go. So I fucking start talking over him. And then Sarah will be like, gentlemen, both of you stop it. And then he announces, yeah, Rob, I am going to interrupt you because I think you're wrong. So anytime I think you say something that's wrong, I'll interrupt.
If I have a point to make, or if I feel like you're asking...
Wait, this was Connor? I didn't realize Connor points was the... Okay, I got it now.
A question that implies something, I'm going to interrupt you in order to point it out. And if you're not an asshole, you'll let me do it.
You know, I want to enter the panel. I need a producer, man. I need someone that can get me on to do all that. I can't organize, man. I can't. I'm too lazy. I need a producer. I need someone that will get me on the debates, get me the dockets. I'll show up and do the debates and the cover. Obviously, if you get the debate, it's my job. I'll do the research for it, but
That he's going to interrupt. He proceeds to do it for the majority of the debate. At one point in that debate, Sarah tells me that the reason he's interrupting me is because I said that he should stop. Destiny, why can't you be quiet when other people are talking?
Because he doesn't like it when you tell him what to do. If you don't tell him what to do, he'll actually oblige.
Destiny looks a little different, man. I gotta be honest. Destiny looking crazy, Reese. Did the lawsuit? Look what the lawsuit has done to this guy. But they all look like this, okay? This is something I noticed. You will occasionally see a person of color on these panels, but the only ones that I've encountered were happen to be the most right-wing people that were even on those panels. It's typically everybody looks like they just crawled out of the cast of like Duck Dynasty. They're all alcoholics. They all have some problem with substance use. There's always 5,000 pages of lore pertaining to all of them. Like this guy was arrested in 2008 because with some dispute with his ex-wife. Like,
more accordingly.
Okay, I let him talk unfettered. Basically, I start talking. He interrupts. Sometimes he interrupts and then he gets to speak after Sarah separates it. Sometimes he interrupts and I get to speak. Sometimes he interrupts and then it's someone else that gets to speak. But that's what happens. Now, I wrote it off. I bitched a little about the moderation, but I'm like, fine. But I wrote it off in this sense. I said, he's the guest and I was the open panelist. Fine. Next time, I'm the guest, Sarah's friend Dusty, who came on my show in the call-in portion and got wrecked for lying about me. Dusty comes on the open panel. Same shit. He's interrupting. Like, what the fuck? Now I'm like, why does this make sense? Now, here's the thing, right? Sometimes you have to know where your bread is buttered. Do you think for a second Sarah would have let someone talk over Andrew Wilson like that? You think for a second? When she knows the majority of the financial donations I get are probably members of the Crucible. You think for a second? Of course not. We all know it. She gonna leave Connor talk over him like that and brag about it. She gonna leave Dusty talk over him like that and brag about it. By the way, that's okay. And I'm no Andrew Wilson. I'm not bringing her in the views and money that Andrew Wilson is. And it's kind of a smart business move. Don't shit where don't fuck over the person that's helping your channel at the most.
Hey, yo,
I totally get it.
You hopping on my panel? You hopping on my panel, guys?
I'm fucking better than these stupid ass losers. I don't need them. I don't need to go on and talk to these fucking no-name losers that I've wrecked in debates over and over again.
That's right, Rob. Know your fucking worth. Know your worth, Rob.
I don't need it. And if the game's gonna be, oh, we know, we'll just keep interrupting Rob, and Sarah will just sit there and let it go, and then when I'm like, what the fuck is this? Are they gonna shut up or whatever? Sarah's gonna be like, Rob, you asking them to not interrupt is why they're interrupting. I don't need it. Now, am I wishing Sarah any ill? No. After it happened.
All comes back to the Crucible. So I have connections. For those of you that don't know, I've said this before, obviously. My debate mentor was one of the hosts of the Crucible, working for Andrew Wilson. And I was in that I think it was like an adjacent server or something. But debate origins came from there.
Enough. I'm like, you know what? Hey, my name's Rob Dorr. Channel's Normal America. Thanks for having me. I'm out. Oh, the trolls. Rob, rage quit, blah, blah, blah. It's not worth my fucking time. I can think of 1,000 things that are more productive than I could be doing, or more entertaining, than fucking letting some nobody fucking shout over me while I can't get a word in edgewise. That's it. Done. Don't give a fuck. In that same panel, Dusty's buddy, Brick, I think was his name. I was like, we're going to bed with him. Like, can you answer this? He's like, no, I refuse. And I'm like, well, then fuck it. Either he goes or I go, because what's the fucking sense of being here? If I'm the panelist and the people that argue with me are like, no, we refuse to engage.
Okay, when I say something, I'm not always trying to, like, everyone's like, that's not a flex. You think you're so cool. I'm not tactically revealing information to look. Sometimes I'll just say something. I'll just put a fact out there if it's related to a concept being discussed. It's not a flex or to look cool or to. It's just information being shared. Not everything needs to be a flex.
I don't do well with ultimatums. I'm like, if it came out that way, I didn't mean it as an ultimatum. I meant, why the fuck am I here? If they're going to be here, I have nothing to say. Have you heard of this story?
Oh, and the people hosting the Wick didn't do this, to be fair, but the people hosting the are like going through their daily like life chores or like eating or something. They don't give a fuck about anything that's being said or going on. Speakeasy, when he does the panels, this dude is like clearly baked as fuck and doesn't know what's happening. She's just eating a taco.
You know that one to any of your questions.
All right, hey, Sarah, I'm out then. If the only two people here that are going to fucking talk doesn't want to respond to me, then fuck it, I'm out. You can hang out with those two. So it's me or them. I don't give a fuck.
Oh, I'm sad.
Well, to be fair, Rob, I don't play that game. So if you hold on, I'm gonna put it to you this way: I host open panels.
Oh my god, what are those eyebrows? Holy Her moderation really makes me raise an eyebrow. What the fuck?
For a reason. It is up to the chat to boot people from the panel. If you want to send a brigade to send $100 to officially boot somebody for the night, we can go that way.
Was she at the January 6th insurrection? She looks like the type. How many of these people were at J6? Out of curiosity. I'd bet it's actually going to be a better question. Who in this panel was not at J6?
I don't play the whole, well, it's me or them kind of bullshit because that kind of negates the entirety of my show.
So then, okay, that's fair. So then, I will just sit here while you say we're not going to respond.
Hey, Sarah, you look really angry, right? If I debate her, I'm going to use that one.
Anything you say.
You don't have to respond to him.
That's fine.
I'm debating this guy. I stand America. Mark with a C. Mark with a C. This is the debate that I got to prep for. I'm a little nervous about that one.
I'm not gonna force you to do anything you don't want to do. Okay. I don't care. But I don't play the like me or them.
This guy looks like he's going into heart failure next week.
Because like that's kind of like an asshole move, number one.
Well, no. It's not an asshole. I'm not saying that you have to boot them. I'm saying, what's the point of this panel if the only three people talking, if they're like, we're not going to respond to anything you say. We're not going to. We're not going to answer questions.
Then somebody else can ask questions too. That's fine.
I left the panel, did a little grifting. By the way, something Andrew taught me to do by the end of the night. Try to get that super chat goal if you have it. I come back. And I'll admit, I was like, I think that fucking moderation sucks. I think that fucking sucks. What the fuck? I'm just getting yelled over. Whatever. Anyways, no hard feelings. And I don't give a fuck, right? I can't help that some people in my audience also thought that the fucking moderation sucked. So apparently they said something to Sarah. I'm guessing. I don't know. I don't watch her channel. She sent me a message. And Andrew read this on stream today because he asked about it.
Rob's a conservative. I'm obviously not going to like him. But if the guy comes off as like, he looks like, he seems like a teddy bear, man. He seems like a very, he sounds like a nice guy. Okay. He sounds like a wholesome individual. I don't know if that's true. Watch this guy be like the most degenerate like person I've ever covered.
She says, there's a secret weapon to panels. You can't show, this is the next day. There's a secret weapon to panels. You can't show any of your cards at all. By that I mean, if someone's annoying you, interrupting or poking at things that raise your temperature, you can't let it bother you visually. The other panelists subconsciously will see those trigger points and zero in on it. They do it every time to you. You're an easy target. It's unsolicited advice. I'm aware. But the best tip I could give you is to stop reacting to their pokes and prods. Open panels are meant to be fun, lighthearted, and relaxed. They have to be that way or else they wouldn't be so fun and inviting to anyone.
Open panels have to be lighthearted, fun, and relaxed. Do you just want a boring show? Do you want a boring if I was a panel, which I would never be, by the way, I'll own it right now. I suck at moderation. I am a horrible moderator. Yesterday helped me realize that. To be fair to myself, I was on an all-nighter and I was done with stream 3 hours before it actually ended. But I don't want to ever be in a position where I'm moderating. I like to be the participant. But if I was going to moderate, I would actively be trying to create the most hostile possible environment, because that's what creates a moderated hostile environment where everybody gets to talk one at a time, right? It's not just like hours of people shouting over each other, but that hostility is what creates some very entertaining moments.
Plus topic discussion equals a great panel. You often enter them very harshly and seriously and demanding. I've noticed you take insults very personally. And that's what they'll run you out, and that's why they'll run you out every time, because it's a killjoy to everyone else. Why is this guy taking things so serious? You gotta laugh at the digs. Talk through the interruptions.
You gotta watch
Roll-
the Andrew Wilson did an expose on her. This looks like it could be Kino drama.
Punches. Everyone throws their punches. Takes the hit, slaps, comes back the next day with a clean slate, ready for more. Trash talking about an open panel being too chaotic is like complaining that the sky is blue. They will always be chaotic. You can either handle them
Why is he? Because he's reading something, I think.
or you can't. Now, when I received that message on October 8th, I was fucking livid. I was like, you motherfucker. Who the fuck are you? You wanna know what I thought when Sarah said that message? You wanna know what I wanted to say out loud? I wanted to say, what the fuck are you? What do you do? Moderate poorly? You're one of the dime a dozen fucking people that bring on panelists that let them be the entertainment?
Dude, meet a wick.
Because you're incapable of doing it yourself? By the way,
Base?
There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm starting to like this guy a little bit. I gotta be honest with you.
Don't get it twisted. I need your fucking advice. Who the fuck are you? That's what I wanted to say. But I have a tremendous wife. And I was like, can you fucking believe this?
I have a tremendous wife. Wait, did he say he's a tremendous... Was that a... Did I just mishear? Was that a misspeak? I have a tremendous wife. Don't talk about the misses like that. Oh, life.
Don't get it twisted. I need your fucking advice.
My wife's a fucking whale.
Who the fuck are you? That's what I wanted to say. But I have a tremendous wife. And I was like, can you fucking believe this?
He said life. Okay, I have it sped up, so it sounded like wife.
But don't get it twisted. I don't need your fucking advice. Who the fuck are you? That's what I wanted to say. But I have a tremendous wife.
He said, no, he said wife. He says wife.
I was like, can you fucking believe this? My wife said, Rob, take a breath. Don't respond for 24 hours. Then you say what you want. But you should probably wait 24 hours. And I did. And I'm glad I did. Because I didn't respond to her.
He has a tremendous wife. Wait, so if this is this like an accurate size comparison? Because listen, I like this Rob guy. Sounds cool, but even for his standards, his wife is tremendous. Okay, this would work more if she was MTF, but are we thinking that it's sort of a dynamic like this, where he's the male anglerfish and this is a female anglerfish? Those are the ones with the bioluminescent bulb. The males attached at the bottom. But is this an accurate, like, scaled comparison? I just want to know.
Instead, I came on my channel. Because every night that there's an open panel on Sarah's channel or anywhere else, my audience is like, go on the open panel, go on the open panel, go on the open panel. So I had to explain to my audience why I would no longer do that. And you go back and you can watch what I said. I said, listen, I've been frustrated about the moderation on Sarah's channel and other open panels because I wasn't trying to make it just about her. And I was like, but I was messaged by someone that informed me that I'm looking at the open panels all wrong. It's not supposed to be a serious debate. It's supposed to be like a shit show, like a Jerry Springer shit show. And that's fine. If that's what people like, fine, but it's not for me. That's it. I said, so I'll continue to do a debate that Sarah moderates, but I won't do the open panel. Done. Now, to the rest of what she said about I take insults very seriously. Why? Because I give it back? Because if someone says, like, you're a fat fuck.
Do you know what the word tremendous means? Well, every time I've heard it used, I'm surely there's maybe some fucking definition of it that this would apply to. But as I've heard it used, the colloquial definition, as I've used the term, refers to something of great quantity, great mass, great size. It's used as a synonym for large, huge, ginormous. That's always what I've understood the term to mean.
And I'm like, dude,
or of great quantity. So like if you say to somebody, you're doing tremendously or something, it would be if they're doing something, if 100% is their best efforts and 0% is their worst, they're doing 75 or above.
Look like dudes bend you over. It's like, well, you're taking that seriously. What are you talking about? The only thing that it looks like I take seriously, because it's true, is when stupid fuckers keep talking over me, over and over. The insults, I don't give a shit. I just don't give a shit. You call me a fat fuck, this, that, don't bother me at all. So I don't know where she gets this. Well, you're an easy target. Fan of the show named Toasted reached out to me and was like, hey, I'd like to set up this debate. Now listen, I want to say this, and I have nothing against this guy Toasted, but I have to say this. I sort of just half paid attention, if I'm honest. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean, I get a bunch of people that are like, will you do the show?
I know, listen, I was doing a bet, okay, but when I hear the term used, I almost always hear it used to refer to something of great mass, great quantity. Now that I'm thinking about it more, I realize you could say to someone, tremendous, in response to them saying something you like, but I don't live in the 1800s, so I don't do that. I'll say, that's cool, or some shit. I'll say, tremendous.
you do this show with me? And almost always I say, yes, sure. Just this week, I did 2 podcasts of streamers that aren't big streamers, that have like 30, 40 people watching. Monday, I did an excellent podcast. You should check it out. It's called Brews and Brews. Real awesome guy. We just talked about life and shit. Wasn't a debate. Great time. The guy averages 60 views per video. He doesn't do live streams. I don't give a fuck. It's fun. So when people that are like, hey, I recognize their name, like, hey, would you like to come on a show? Would you like to debate? I'll say sure. This guy, because of the drama with this guy Dusty that I'd had recently, was like, you want to debate Dusty and Radical Player? I said, sure. You debate with this tricky guy? Sure. Who should mod? Blah, blah, blah. Sarah, I was like, I don't want Sarah to mod. Is there a problem with you and Sarah? I was like, no, I don't want to talk about it.
Back when you had your first debate with Destiny and won, I think I'll be in hindsight, the first debate I thought I won, but the second makes the first look like a draw, because I think I did so good in the second that I think that the first didn't live up to it, right? In comparison to how I did in the second. But, right, I think, technically speaking, if that debate existed in and of itself, I'd say I won, sure. But you asked him, you asked him to look at it because Destiny got stomped by a 21-year-old. He said, that's drama topics. I mean, if he doesn't cover drama, he doesn't cover drama, right? But, I mean, this is a drama pertaining to him personally, so I don't know if there would be an inconsistency there necessarily.
All right. No. I sort of got lost in the shuffle, and I saw that he kept messaging me, and I just basically ain't saying anything. And he's like, it's going to be blood sports. And, you know, I told people that, like, the topic's going to be the Insurrection Act, but it can go anywhere. You can get into real personal shit. Okay, that's fine. But I thought it was going to be a debate. That's what I thought. So we get there, we do the debate, and opening statements were fine, except totally no one's fault.
My wife is massive. I mean, also... yeah, my fucking gargantuan wife. I'm actually using the Old English... I'm kidding.
By the way, Trippy, I saw Andrew say Trippy was the moderator. Trippy was not. He was the host but debater. Nova was the moderator. But the host is what's going to matter when it came to who to kick me or not. That wasn't on the moderator. That was on the host. So I get over there. The debate starts off. Opening statement's great. We start arguing. They put me in a one-on-one with Dusty. It's fine. Dusty gets blown the fuck out. He knows it. I know it. Everyone watching knows it. So we get out of the one-on-one and Coder starts blah, 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 blah. Okay? And he's just...
I'm looking forward to catching up on whatever... I don't even know what's going on. Some rando called in to confront me on supposedly lying to Wick or something. So they called in, and then it turns out they were like downplaying their association and Wick's association respectively to DGG. They said they were disputing the notion that Wick was like because my argument was I could reasonably infer that if I was to provide Wick the name of a snarker who he's claiming did something synonymous with doxing him, that snarker being someone who I in confidence trust and trusts me with personal information or private information, right? That when it was being alleged that somebody had disseminated Wick's PII, and I needed to verify that happened because they never showed any evidence of it, so I wasn't sure if that happened or not. This person in confidence proved to me it happened so I could take corrective action. This person proved this to me, but other people were proving other things to me at the same time. Information was being passed to different parties, and I didn't know who told me or proved what to me at any given point in time. I just knew that if it was there, it was going to be in my DMs. So when Wick asked me for the name of this person, I instinctively said, sure, I just don't remember who it is, but I'll be able to get that for you off stream because it's almost certainly in my DMs. Which it was. Somebody calls in when I'm done with Wick. I decide that when I figure out who it is, I'm not going to give that name to Wick, right? And I'm not going to give that name to him because DGG has an explicit fair game policy. Wick is a part of DGG. And if they have a fair game policy, meaning anyone they could tentatively link to the concept of doxing would be a fair target for doxing in and of themselves, I am not going to be a collaborator in that. And his efforts to seek this person's name out is not being conducted in good faith because there's no real reason he should even want to identify this person, right? This was somebody making a good faith effort to stop someone that disseminated his PII, right? Apparently, me saying I don't remember is a lie. That doesn't make any sense. Because if I was using the I don't remember to get out of giving him the answer, I wouldn't follow it saying I will almost certainly be able to figure it out when stream is done. And I would just keep sticking to I don't remember. I wouldn't have then announced I figured out who it is and I've changed my mind. I'm not going to give it to him. Right? That to believe that's a lie would make no strategic sense in this concept. And then the only other lie that I'm being accused of is me literally changing my mind. So somebody called in to dispute me on my rationale behind that. Destiny comes in, morale comes back on. It's like a whole fucking shit show.
I tell you, I could just fucking show you. Make up your own mind. Now, the context is, when I talk to people like Coder and fucking Dusty, this is what it's always like. Constant fucking interruptions, this, that, the other bullshit, whatever. So, at this point...
And when by the time Destiny came on, I was ready to end... I had done an all-nighter to reset my schedule. I thought stream was going to end like 3 hours later that it did. So I was just waiting for that shit to be done.
Right here, as I'm talking to Dusty, I'm actually enjoying myself thoroughly. I think it's a good debate. Pretty reasonable.
Your number.
Oh, the other thing saying this is no one's fault of anyone involved. But the last debate, like the last 5 debates I've had like this, I debated
By
Destiny
the
on Tom
way,
Polar.
quick plug, if you guys want to support the channel, a great way to help us out is to tip through Streamlabs and Super Chats. Another great way to help us out is to join the Discord, link anything. It doesn't have to be something, people are like, I didn't link this to you because I didn't think you'd cover it or whatever. You have no idea what I will and won't cover. I'm an unpredictable man. Anything that you find interesting that you want to link me, put it in my inbox. It's better to have more options that I don't use than less, right? And if you know about something that could be cool, great way to tell me about it is in my inbox.
Joe, a couple months ago. Same bullshit. Constant spurting out, interrupting. It's just getting old. That's all. At least Destiny's a big name, though. Who the fuck are these people?
I disagree.
Well, you see, explain. You tell me if you agree or not. Because when it's a one-on-one, you can see, so no one else can interrupt. They're not there. Great, fine, no problem here. Allow people to cheat people.
Correct.
So now we open it up. Okay, no problem. Now Trippy's supposed to be my partner, even though he's the host of the debate, and Nova, who I don't know. By the way, I have no hard feelings against Trippy or Nova, which I'll get to in a minute here. Then I'll finish with this. So then your argument that we can't enforce immigration laws that are on the book because people will act in violence is giving into political terrorism.
If you have states and communities that have massive illegal immigrant populations because we have not been enforced, because the government's been lax on enforcing those laws, and you go in one day.
This guy's smoking a cigarette inside. I know I used to say that looked cool. It's not cool. That's not cool at all because it probably smells like shit in there.
The local community's wishes. Yes, I
promise I'll get to all
that. That's really not.
If you have any interest, put it in my inbox. Put it all in my inbox. If you have like interesting context pertaining to this, all that shit, put it in my inbox.
By the way, there is also a lot of controversy about whether or not they are actually just enforcing the law, because courts keep ruling against the way they're carrying out their jobs.
So far, the debate's going pretty good, and then you'll see. Show me one time. Show me one time it's made it to the Supreme Court and they've upheld those court decisions.
I mean, these are still a lot of things are pending because it's happening in real time.
Right, in real time, what we have in real time
is ICE is carrying.
Rob has also debated Owlish a few times. She's an insane person. She's basically arguing that we are at a point where violence against ICE is justified via the Second Amendment. I can understand the rationale that would lead someone there, but that's retarded because strategically speaking, you're just going to be advocating for them to give a reason to accuse the left of being violent insurrectionists and take away more of our rights and like fucking impose martial law or some shit. You should not be engaging violently. It's not gonna, they will, first of all, your Second Amendment doesn't fucking matter, right? The state has endless firepower, technology you don't even fucking know about. You're never gonna win on that front. All you're gonna do is cause, from a utilitarian perspective, far more harm than we're currently facing.
What they're trying to do, they're arresting people, they're successfully doing it, the DHS is bragging about it, they are successfully doing their job, and police are arresting people, they're charging people.
I'm not DMing you if you can't scroll up. Okay.
The courts are ruling. The system is working as it should, and you're demanding that we invoke the Insurrection Act despite all that.
Okay,
why?
I lose shit in live chat. Like, I read live chat through OBS. If it's in my DMs, there's a place I could just keep going back to for, like, I don't know why. Why not put it somewhere where it's like permanent, or I could go back to it for reference or reread it?
You see in real time is the courts are being activists and ruling decisions that they absolutely 100% know.
It's rulings you disagree with. You're alleging they're activists because you don't like
So what's the point of the Second Amendment then? Now you're asking the right questions, but we're not ready for that conversation yet, are we? We're not ready for that conversation yet.
You don't like the rulings, so you call them activists.
I understand the need to spurg out, right?
You've been talking for the past 10 minutes. I haven't even got to be up here.
So what? When you get a one-on-one, you'll get to talk for 10 minutes, and I won't have the opportunity to interrupt you. You made a point. I'm responding.
He doesn't even know what the Insurrection Act is.
You made a point, and now you're spurging out. That's what you're doing. I'm the only person who's read from the Insurrection Act here.
We read it this morning on stream. I've been studying.
You're the one that made the claim that the only time the feds can.
Yeah, I gotta make an email. The only reason I'm hesitant to make an email is because the fucking shitters in my server will do a bit where they sign me up for 10,000 things. If you do that bit, you're banned for life, by the way.
Enforce the laws through posse comitatus and the Insurrection.
I said the military.
Fucking rude. Anyways, the point that I'm trying to.
What do you mean rude? Wait. Do you deny that? Even if I said the feds, you acknowledge that as soon as the debate started, I clarified. Even if I had misspoken earlier, right?
So
you acknowledge that?
He does not acknowledge clarification.
Which I don't think that I misspoke. By the way, I'm pretty sure I said the military. I think you actually misheard, but that's fine.
Okay, nonetheless, we can see that these are activist courts, and there is no understanding of the law whatsoever.
That's just an assertion. You have no evidence that they're activist courts. You just disagree with the rulings. You're such a fucking baby.
Now that's it. It's evident to me. There's no moderation going on. It's the same fucking song and dance.
Go to Jimmy. Is it happening? Is it happening? Is it happening? Is it happening? Is it happening?
I'm showing how bad I feel, right?
Oh my god, it's happening. He showed up.
It's if you think oh it's all performative, or if Swedish Crow thinks that, it's up to them. But that's what I felt like doing, and that's what I did.
So, did you offer Spinal, saying for $65 you'll demod them? Or the Swedish Crow?
I know he brought the offer to my attention.
Spinal, the known pedophile? Why is that guy in Parry's server?
So the offer was before you donated. Before he donated. Like he asked, you accepted, and then he donated?
Call in. If I try to call, unless Parry explicitly says I can call in, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna kill Jimmy's content. That would be retarded. Because what he's gonna do is he's gonna leave. He's gonna use an excuse. He's gonna leave.
No, he asked. I said I'd sleep on it, and he asked again. I said I'd sleep on it. I asked the guy. I said okay.
Because you agreed to it before you donated.
Yeah.
Okay.
Running. You know what? I'll tell you exactly what's gonna. I could just prove it to you. I'll join callers. He'll get, and then you'll have no debate because he'll fucking leave. This has happened every time I've tried to ambush him in a VC.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of behavior. You just doing stuff for money. Like, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, Aiden. Let's have no debate. Let's have actually no debate. Let's have zero debate.
You can say that about a lot of people. Doing stuff for money is bad.
Yes, doing stuff for money is bad.
So if you get a job...
That's a bad point. That's a bad point. Bad point. It's okay to do stuff for money. It's just, are the things you're doing for money contradictory to to your moral standards and the enforcement of those the imposement of those on others?
Job where you work at McDonald's for money, is that bad?
Okay, so I guess it's about what you're doing then.
Right, so
yeah,
then why did you say, Jimmy? Why did you just say?
Okay, man. Okay.
Money is bad?
You know it's you know what I'm saying.
Me.
You know what I'm saying. No, you know what I'm saying.
No, how about you speak properly? You just said doing stuff.
If I can call in and debate him, I'll do it right now.
Stuff for money is bad.
You 100% know what I'm saying.
Elaborate.
I don't even know what they're debating about. I think okay. So okay, got it. So for context, Purple Parry Gaming, who's a known lolcow, he's left with a rump audience consisting of about 20 middle-aged or above women, who coddle him like an infant, despite the fact that he's 25. In addition to those, he also has a known pedophile. This person is somebody who, well, first of all, openly admits to their attraction, predilection to lolicon content, but that in and of itself is not all that's there. When I press this person on stream, it turns out he is watching in full random channels of random 15-year-old girls, all of similar appearance, like 14 to 15, making videos on nothing, like their day at school or something, with like 40 views. He's watched all of these channels in full. He's called in and he's explained why he's defended actual pedophiles and blamed minors for the fact that adults were talking to them about their penis and shit.
If you do something mildly bad, then you wouldn't really care. But where's like, what's made it like cross the line? Is that what you're trying to get at, Parry?
Well, I would be interested in that if Jimmy would like to explain. If he's saying just doing things for money is bad, we've obviously shown he doesn't believe this.
All right. So maybe more like...
This is debate pedophilia, or as I've understood that term, okay? Where okay, this is... nobody uses the term this way, so this was originally my misconception of the term, where you are purposefully picking, while actively avoiding people that are experienced in argumentation and will be able to destroy you in an argument, while you actively avoid them and selectively pick people you know don't have much experience debating.
You already agreed. Demodding them was bad because they obviously care about the money position. And doing it for money shows you do.
Can I
didn't agree with
please?
that? Okay.
It's it would be bad to demod them for money. If they were a good mod. Obviously, it's fine to demod.
Oh, so they're now a bad mod. This is the other weird thing this guy does. He'll obviously fuck someone over, and he'll then go and just lie about some other ulterior motive because the motive for why he actually did what he did looks bad. So, for example, right, when he's going and like trying to humiliate me by leaking a bunch of shit about me or whatever, the motivation, and the only person that bought this was Dickers, right? But the motivation for him is that he was mad at me we had some argument over the Lio wife shit, and he was mad at me, even though that argument never happened. The day he says it happened, we were going for dinner the next day. Like, that argument literally never happened. The only thing I argued with Perry about at that point in time was the fact that he wanted to go sit down and eat a full meal at 3 p.m. and dinner was in 3 hours, and I wasn't gonna sit down and eat a full fucking meal at 3 p.m. That's what we had an argument about. The fact that that's a lie is demonstrated by the fact that he waited to leak all this shit about me until after he left. Or after he wasn't in proximity to me anymore, which demonstrates that he's not willing to be that confrontational with me in person.
Even if they care, if they're like abusing their mod powers or whatever. But I don't think they were doing that. But yes, in general, I do think it was wrong because they were like helping out. And it shows that I just like, you know, I'm not valuing their contribution, you know?
I guess. Yeah. Do you expect any of your other mods to stay after this?
I thought you hated the guy.
How much money
so
can I
time
donate
is linear.
to get any of your mods?
So believe it or not, my feelings on somebody now does not mean I have always had these feelings or that they've been this strong, because that would be the past, right? Feelings can develop.
Taken off.
I said it was a one-time thing.
One-time thing?
Yeah.
But what if I ask you 3 times in a row and you keep saying I'll sleep on it? Will it become a 2-time thing?
I mean, I guess we'll see. If you're saying, oh, Perry, you've damaged the trust that your mods and other people that help you out have in you. I agree. I've already said. That's why,
All right.
by the way, that was wrong.
Where the fuck?
I guess I did allow
Some of the. Okay. Anyways.
Crystal to donate.
So you hate him, or yeah?
For me to demod Hick. So I guess it is a 2-time thing. But like I'm saying, you know, Hick has a different.
I mean, Parry. The guy. To be fair to Parry here, he doesn't have any other source of revenue. You're not paying the bills with 20 concurrent. And he needs money. This is why I think he seriously considered Dan Saltman's offer, and that's why he wasn't DMing him back and DMing people about dirt pertaining to snarkers, because he is desperate for money.
That's a different dynamic.
Yeah.
Like, kind of point is like you do a lot of shit. Like there's multiple times on stream you're like, I have this leaked call. I'll leak it for money. Like the Starbase call, Kathy call.
Yeah. Was that from? Yeah.
It's that seems fucked up. It's straight up being like, this is important information we have here.
That's not that fucked up, dude. I hate being in the back seat.
Then I'm putting behind
the paywall. Important?
You were gassing it up like it was important information. The Starbase one was important information. You were gassing the Kathy one up like it was important information.
Well, obviously it's in the eye of the beholder, right? People are interested, if that's what you mean. I mean.
Oh, they did it. They got into it, dude. This pussy. They got into a fucking group call so that I wouldn't be able, because I would be able to join the live VC in Jimmy's server. So they're doing it in a group call.
I don't know what you're saying.
It's probably a condition that my name is not allowed to be mentioned at any point in this conversation.
For me to have donor walls for content. That's my business, man. I don't tell you how to run your donos.
But despite
what's unethical about what I'm doing?
It was like the Starbase call was like damning, and it was over for Starbase and all the evil shit they're doing. And you're like, but
also, you know, I could be wrong about the timing. I could be misremembering. It's fair enough if I am.
Quit talking. I can't. This guy's been running from a debate from me for months. He literally, if I show up in a VC that he's in with like a call, even if I'm muted, he will leave the VC and run. I'll come, if he's in like spicy chat or a mutual venue where people are talking and I show up, he'll leave. It's almost like a superpower, because if he's being annoying, I'll just go into chat so he gets the fuck out of there.
Isn't the reason behind the Starbase call that I wanted to like censor it, because there was like PowerPoint and I didn't want to like mention, you know, I was going to censor it, and then it was like found out that it was PowerPoint that the Starbase was upset about the Morale stuff with, and so I just released it. Or did I ask for money as well? I forgot. Honestly, I forgot what I did there. So
I can't go back to your stream. Pause.
It's not any one fucked up thing that Parry has done that makes him so dislikable, right? It's that the pattern of fucked up behavior is indicative of a certain type of person, right? And you can kind of figure out when you take all of this into aggregation what type of person that is.
I'm very certain. People are very certain. You put it under a paywall. You're like, donate this much and I'll leak it.
Well, I don't know who these people are, but if they're watching you, I just don't believe them.
All right.
Is it the trough? Is it the trough saying that?
Yes, it's the trough. No, it's not the trough.
Right.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, so he's reading chat. He's reading chat.
Well, yeah, I mean, who else is in your chat?
I'm like Voldemort here. I'm like Voldemort.
That's right now. I'm trying to figure
it's
out.
not the people in my chat. This is like shit I've seen for months.
Right. Well, I just assume they're full of shit because you know the kind of people that you'd be talking with, and you know they just lie. So I don't.
I mean, that's fair. I was gonna ask, was it a debate? I was like, I'm gonna ask Kathy about something. He's like, nah, that seems like the worst person to ask, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So no, Kathy asked. I guess we can get into your interaction with Dan Solomon.
Are you just trying to quit, make him quit, or no? Not necessarily. That would be great, but I don't think that's gonna happen because what else does he have, right? It's just revel in his humiliation. Revel in his humiliation. That's the only goal here.
Well, there was no money exchanged.
No, but okay. There was no money exchange. I'll put the screenshots. I guess all of them into the little chat thing.
Yeah. I'll pull them up on my end too.
We have. This is the first one. This is the first one that got leaked. The context matters while all of it. This is the first one that got leaked. I think. I have 3 here. Are 4 screenshots? Okay,
yeah,
4 screenshots.
I think because then it's like I just proved that I didn't have any prior communication, right? So
you proved you had no prior communication. You were saying it was about you were trying to talk something about Transfire Bet. You couldn't have responded because it was about what was it? You're making your own video, and then boom, you responded 4 hours later.
So yeah. I was making my
you couldn't do it.
Video, yeah.
Did you text?
You were gonna demod me if Spencer paid 200 and you did a face reel for money too. This Jimmy guy sounds on the verge of tears. Who is this? Who's BCSJ? I wish Perry had better energy and was feeling. Why do you?
You gotta think about it. It's specifically the first screenshot. I gotta pull them up.
That's Bomba.
My own stream. It looks like you're being like, hey, I'll give you information for money on these people in these chats.
No, it doesn't look like. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Stalking his prey. I'm sorry. I thought this was the guy that was he wanted to mess with me. I thought this was the guy that was having awesome Aiden leaks when I was in the midst of my drama, and everyone had turned on me. I thought this was the guy. I thought he was the big bad wolf. Where's that guy? Where's that guy?
It doesn't just look like that.
Where's that guy been the last 2 months?
That's what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying to Dan directly.
Like anytime I'm inclined to start feeling bad for him because he's an abject, talentless, fat fucking failure, in every conceivable facet, that's probably just gonna end up homeless again. Anytime I start to feel bad, I just rewatch his VODs. I rewatch his VODs on one monitor, and I have his social blade on another, and I sit there, and I take a sip from the sweet chalice of victory.
Okay,
it's like an empty coffee cup.
And then the Ape Gamer screenshot in between, you're asking Ape Gamer, you're like, hey, didn't you dox?
Sounded really sad and hopeless. Good, honestly.
Hey, didn't you dox in that chat?
And you're saying this is like proof that I asked Dan for money for info, but I didn't.
Well, yes, because why in the 3 hour? Also, hold on. Fuck, dude, I got a DM. Perry had a pre-planned bit. Why did it take him 3 hours to respond to Dan? And in those 3 hours, where he was busy editing, fuck, dude, my keyboard's broken. Wait, we'll keep playing it.
Having info, so I went to Ape Gamer.
Yeah, you want info on Ape Gamer.
Well, I mean, Dan isn't asking me for info on Ape Gamer.
It's people in those
So
chats.
He's asking for information on known snarkers. Ape Gamer was a known participant in the Snark Left server he literally runs one of the Snark Twitter accounts. What is this dishonest fuck talking about?
Who gives a fuck about Ape Gamer?
Who gives a fuck about Lumpy Willy?
Okay, well, that's true, but we didn't know.
They're going on every individual people. They want, that's what they do. They go for individual chatters, and then they make everyone in the group a target. So an individual like Ape Gamer would be important if they could say like, oh, Ape Gamer dox somebody. That would be important information for them.
The problem I have is, I know in my heart of hearts I wasn't being serious with Dan.
Oh my god!
Dan, no. So like,
This is
what do you want
guy's
from me
such a
here?
lie.
Well, I
His
think-
whole claim was that this was part of a pre-planned bit. I leaked this, by the way. Well, Dan gave it to me. I leaked this. He said that this was part of some pre-planned bit. He had the whole bit planned out. So how come when Dan is offering him money, offering what you presume is money, because that had been brought up previous in the discussion, for dirt on snarkers, if this was a pre-planned bit, why did it take him 3 hours between when this got leaked and between when Dan messaged him? Why was there 3 hours without a response? And in those 3 hours where he was supposedly busy editing, why was he and he wasn't forthcoming about this? I had to figure this out because Ape Gamer leaked it to me. Why was he DMing a known snarker about dirt, the exact type of dirt that DGG is looking for right now, if this was not a serious offer he was considering?
I may be misunderstanding what went on in this interaction, but why did he spend the time to message a random chatter about doxing instead of messaging Dan back first off? I think that's why it looks suspicious. Am I right?
Well, I mean, the answer is that Ape Gamer DM'd me.
He DM'd you, and then you're keeping the dialogue going instead of DMing Dan back, which refutes I had to figure out through Ape Gamer that Perry was DMing during the 3 hours he couldn't respond to Dan because he was supposedly too busy editing.
And I didn't really want to respond to Dan because it was doing like a whole thing there. Had to be like careful, whereas with Ape Gamer, who gives a fuck?
Yeah, I don't really get that at all. Because he ended up leaking this for like 3 hours. He had 3 hours to respond. Just didn't.
Okay, yeah, because I was trying to figure out the best way to take it. I was thinking maybe I'd tell him to go on VC so I could record it, but then it was late, so I didn't want to do that.
I thought it was.
Do you want the play-by-play?
I thought he said he didn't get a chance to respond because he was editing.
Thought process here?
Sure, go ahead.
I honestly don't care. If you think... Oh, sorry, that was rhetorical. I don't care if you think that I was going to give Dan all the info. So...
Wow, what a totally like non-engagement.
Go ahead and think that, man.
Great. No, I can't wait until the day he finally, realizing he has nothing, decides to debate. I got to prep for that one, man. I got to prep for that debate when we finally do it.
This is going to be everything. It's going to be like a make a point. You're like, yeah, you can think that.
I don't care. I don't care.
I think we're going to reach a sticking point with that.
And then all the fucking, he's feigning it, by the way. He's faking this. He does the selective, he has this like feigned like depressive affect whenever he's losing, and all the fucking like dumb like middle-aged like whales in his chat, they eat it right up. It's like Perry seems like really depressed, and like, you know who else was depressed? The person that tried to kill themselves when they were 15, that he was making fun of for their suicide attempt and doing analyses of if they had rope marks or not around their neck. I'm sure that the victims of Destiny are also depressed by their own drama. I'm sure that you can't be the big bad wolf and a pussy at the same time without looking like a total fucking loser.
But it's just like, who gives a fuck? Like, obviously, you don't actually believe that I was going to give Dan the info for money.
Yes.
And you're just like arguing, literally in bad faith. Like,
I'm not. It seems like a serious problem.
It seems, see, you don't even believe it's a serious problem. You have to say, it seems like a serious problem.
Does it not?
Does it what? It's not.
Does it not seem like a serious problem? I think it's a serious problem.
Okay. What's the problem? Can you explain the problem to me?
If you're reaching out, being like, hey...
That you're a spineless pussy that is willing to sell this community out to people who supposedly go against your preset moral standards that you only apply when it's beneficial to you, right? You're willing to sell them out for the sake of monetary gain because you are a coward and a pussy.
If you give me money, I'll give you info on people that are doxing in these chats. And then you reach out, or you don't reach out, sure. He reached out to you, but then you automatically change the conversation to, hey, didn't you dox in this specific chat? It looks like you're trying to get info off him for him to say, oh yeah, I did dox, to take it back to Dan Saltman.
Yeah, if you're like a retard, I guess it could look that way. First of all, I'm not saying I'm going to give Dan...
You're a retard. It could look like... So you're retarded if you think that the guy who has notably sold his loyal fan supporters out for the sake of money, you'd be retarded to think that when somebody is offering him money for leaks pertaining to dirt, that dirt presumably being dox info, because that's the dirt that DGG has been using, right? Allegations or tentative links to doxing, you'd be retarded for thinking that that guy was considering the offer when he stops responding for 3 hours, claims he didn't respond because he was busy editing a video, but then it turns out in that 3 hours, he was actually going and messaging a known member of that server about allegations of them doxing. You'd be retarded for thinking that.
Dox info. I'm just saying, you have info, you have money, and I have info. We have much to discuss. And then
what type of fucking info have they been using? He's playing dumb. You would implicitly understand that DGG is looking. Parry knows that their main thing that they keep emphasizing is doxing. Every piece of evidence they use is to make a point that, or make this community look like it's engaged in doxing. Parry knows this because when he had vested interest in smearing Kathy, he takes a joke that Kathy made and tries to represent it as a serious dox threat against Ricky, who came out and said, no, this was a joke, Parry. And Parry's like, well, we can't trust his word. We can't take him at his word for it, even though Parry asked him the question, of course.
And then I'm saying, I'm not sure if you can read this, but it says, sorry, I'm not very good at business dealings. I'll have to ask ChatGPT how to continue. I mean, if you ignore the way I'm speaking and the manner in which
so it's just a bet.
I'm doing this, and you just assume I'm being dead serious, then I guess, yeah.
You're including a joke, because that's how you... So why didn't the bit keep going? It was simultaneously a pre-planned bit, but he was also... he took him 3 hours to respond, even though he said the reason he didn't respond is because he was editing a video, which was then refuted by leaked DMs to show that he wasn't editing a video and actually DMing somebody asking about the exact type of information that DGG is demonstrably looking for on Snark Lefters.
Pretty bad. But that's not the reality, is it?
I think that is the reality.
Dude.
I think you were.
It is like let me just ask Jimmy. Ask Parry if I can call in just about the Dan. If it goes off topic, you can kick me. Hold on, we'll just skip ahead.
And also, like, would you ban yourself from your own community for
what Kathy did is worse. He's actually posting IP grabbers, whereas ZV is just around spaces.
Wait, Parry literally
Where they dox.
ZV was involved in posting someone's address. What?
By that logic, we're all as bad as ZV because we're around spaces. Well, there were 2 posts in Starkjet, right? You realize, like, what are we saying here? Like,
I'm sorry. Dude, this guy's retarded. Do you know what group ZV is associated with per his own admission? UTTP. The group that is known for nothing else. You share docs info. If you call me Aiden, you also share docs info. Even though I gave that info out myself, it's docs info somehow. Even though I posted it myself. But UTTP is what fucking UTTP is what fucking ZV is linked to or whatever. And it's not like they're like known for something else. And there's occasionally instances of a bad act occurring within it. The group's entire existence is dedicated to the perpetration of bad acts.
Around DGG and ADOX. Does that make us as bad as ZV?
No, obviously not. You know what's...
Let me in, dude. Oh my...
Oh yeah, you know. But you're like making unsubstantiated claims against ZV. And
he's admitted to it. Has he not admitted to it himself? Unsubstantiated.
He's evil, Parry. So you need to kick him out.
What was the claim in that Leo Convoy video? Because I didn't watch that shit. Was there anything solid in there?
I'm pretty sure it was.
We literally have ZV on recording admitting to his association with UTTP.
3 months ago.
We're on that point.
That's why I don't really go around your spaces. Like the whole...
How could I do better?
Ducking the Aiden debates, because what if he doxes something about you? I think that's the reason you keep saying.
I've said many things, but I'll repeat my final claim on this. I don't want to debate Aiden because I don't like him.
You don't want to...
Because you only debate people that you like. You only debate people that you like. Sure.
It's because you don't like them.
I don't want to debate.
He likes most
specifically,
debates.
I don't like him. Yeah, I
Okay,
don't like
so
him. There's like personal stuff there.
There's the personal stuff. What? You're the only one. I just fucking what? The personal stuff. Yeah, like my personal stuff that you were gleefully leaking with a fucking smile on your face multiple times across. Yeah, that personal stuff. Sure.
all right. See, I always took that as a pussy thing because I always knew you as the type of guy who will debate anybody.
I've never said this.
He was expecting Asma Wildster.
We had the whole Wildster. We had the Wildster thing back in November. Where Wildster called your content ass, and you made a whole shit show about it, being like, "You call my content ass, you have to call. You can't just say anything
Yes.
about me and not debate me."
He set this standard himself against people he doesn't like.
Well, no. I said, "Why is this guy shit talking me? Do you want to call?" And he said, "No." And then you
and then he was encouraged. Dude, this guy's a pussy.
guys really took that way further than I did. Like,
No, you did keep pushing it.
Oh, it's your guys' fault. It's actually your guys' fault. It's like Jimmy's a streamer now. He's always been like sort of a streamer, but he's a streamer chatter hybrid, more like sometimes, especially back then, where he's kind of connected to the collective of chatters, period. And there was a massive chatters that were expecting Wildster to call in because he was running from the debate, and Perry never expressed grievance with that. In fact, if we were to go back and look for logs, I'm pretty sure he actively expressed support for it.
I brought it up once or twice.
You did keep pushing.
And you could say, all right. And also, I just want to make it clear, Jimmy, there's a difference between Wildster, a guy on the internet, versus Aiden, a guy I've been up with IRL. There's a difference.
Wait. If it's different because we met IRL.
Level of, personal shit.
What I'm doing with Jimmy right now is what DGG thinks J-Stalk does with me.
Going on there. And you know this.
So is it about that he couldn't make shit about you then?
No. It's I don't like him. And that's that.
That's that. Tears in his eyes.
So Aiden wants to call him about the Dan DMs. He's DMing me that. It's up to you.
No.
But he was just willing to debate it.
I mean, you have nothing to say, Jimmy. It's like pathetic. This is what I mean. You could do better. But you want to be an Orbiter of Aiden. You have talent. You have the ability to do a good stream. But instead, you want to be like a waiting room for Aiden and just like do his like little fucking... be his minion and do his like fucking bidding. It's pathetic. Like what you just did 10 seconds ago. Like what you just did 10 seconds ago. Oh, Master Aiden is demanding that I say this. Oh, Aiden
not demanding.
So that I have to bring this point up.
He's asking
saying this
to
about
call
you,
in.
Barry. He's making these talking points about you, Barry. Right? Like, why don't
Mostly
you
not
like,
from Aiden.
look into your heart, Jimmy? Why don't you look into your heart?
That's a good point.
He's
Didn't
not.
you turn off?
He's not using anything. I'm DMing him.
Turning off your kick stream after J-Stalk didn't rage you.
Yes. Jimmy needs to start going on the attack.
Yeah, I want KCIP. I want to maximize my average viewers. You're not even engaging with what I say because you know I'm right. You know.
Attack. You need to...
That you are...
Jimmy needs to go on the attack. Jimmy needs to start making fun of him. Jimmy needs to start bullying the fuck out of him. Talk about daddy touching him. Talk about, there's so much.
For Aiden.
I'm not. Most of these points are from Aiden. The Dan Sullivan points from Aiden.
And Jimmy literally explicitly says that it's from me when he's
Look, I want to try to be mutual here, but I must say, when I spoke to you, Parry, I was like, Aiden keeps talking about you on stream. You probably should just give in and speak to him at some point.
Like, even that language, man. Give in. I'm not going to bend the knee. No, I don't like him.
Well, no, let me finish my point.
No, he doesn't like. Wow, I'm really. Parry's hatred of me is really hurting because I'm the one that's wronged Parry here. It's like the whole no, I actually broke up with her. I broke up with him. It's like he's trying to act like he's the one with the... No, he went on the offensive against me. I'm smarter than him, and I'm just better at debating than him, and I embarrassed the fuck out of him and wiped the floor with him, and then he got cold feet and will never talk to me again because he knows the same thing's gonna happen because he's a dumbass.
You were saying, well, the thing about Aiden is he's a doxer, and everyone knows that he's a doxer, and they're all like sweeping for him being a doxer.
That's true.
And
That's
now
one of the
you're
reasons
saying,
I don't like him.
And now you're saying the issue is that he you don't like him. So why?
Yeah, why
is
don't
this,
I like
why is
him?
this change?
He also said he was worried that I was going to dox him if he didn't if he debated me.
Many reasons I don't like
What's
him.
the story? Why is this story
Like,
changing?
hello? It's on. Have you heard of encapsulation?
I actually don't think so. No.
Well, it's like a bundle. It's like, why don't I like Aiden? There's plenty of reasons.
It's not about not liking me.
One is that.
The reason he doesn't like me is because I embarrassed him. He thought I was going to be an easy win because he had easy wins on me when I was in the midst of drama. After I was nothing but nice to him. It didn't work out for him, and because he because he's an insane person, he thinks he's the wronged party and he's the victim. He's always the victim in his own story.
He did basically get away with doxing. That does annoy me. Other reasons are he lies about stuff. Other reasons are he has an annoying voice. All this together, you bundle it all together.
His voice is quivering.
I want to talk to him. Now, before, in the past, I thought, okay, if I just say I don't like him, people aren't going to get it. I need to explain myself. But now I've realized that's a fool's errand. And it's all a bunch of retarded wannabe minions like Jimmy, who know in their heart that I'm in the right, but they want to like suck up to Aiden, so they're just going to argue no matter what. So instead of explaining why I don't like Aiden, i.e. that he's a doctor, that he's a liar, etc., I've realized I can just say I don't like him.
Got
and
it.
move on with my
So notice how Parry, after Morale got doxxed, Parry was going and trying to work with the person that doxed Morale to find stuff on Rita. We don't know what specifically he was trying to find because he refuses to present his DMs as it pertains to that matter, and he's like verifiably lied about the nature of messaging this person. He changed his story on the extent of their communications, right? He runs cover for ZV, claiming that fucking ZV, or we have ZV on literally admitting on video to being associated with UTTP, but apparently it's unsubstantiated.
That's the reason for the change here, Liquid Sonic.
So like,
okay,
I mean,
okay.
You leak shit about him though. You leak shit about each other.
Yeah, that was wrong. That was wrong of me.
What's wrong with you?
I've said this.
Okay.
It was wrong of you. You know why it was wrong of him? It was wrong of him because he didn't think that I'd stoop to his level, right? He didn't think I'd go where he went to respond. And that's why it was wrong of him. He thought I was going to be a fucking pushover like I've always been. I've always been a fucking pushover. And he thought he was going to get that when he was leaking shit on me, and he didn't. I went to his level, and he couldn't handle it.
I'm not, listen, it was wrong of me. There's bad blood there. I'm not pretending I was perfect in the way I
Bad
handled this
blood?
whole thing. But I don't like him. I want to talk to him. That's that.
So I guess I'm gonna go further on this. A complete zero. But you keep.
Well, we can't go any further because when I bring up that you could do better, but you've instead decided to become like a servant to Aiden's orbit.
If you're on PC right now, two tabs open, Jimmy's stream on one of them. I want to see his viewership. We'll raid into him as soon as I'm done. I want to see his viewership up right now. What is Parry at? Okay, we need Jimmy to start lil broing Parry. So, two tabs, have Jimmy open on one of them. So he can stop this. You could be doing better shit.
For the community, like a
What else do
loser.
I go to my other streams? What else? What
No,
else
he's
am I
lying.
doing? That's like Aiden Orbiter.
Everything. Every stream of yours, you're trying to suck up to.
What?
Oh, we're 7 away, folks. 7 away. 7 away.
Name something. Name something.
The lumpy willy stuff. The dumpy stuff.
I came from the dumpy community before.
Jimmy was literally shitting on me throughout my drama. What are you talking about?
Before I came from Aiden's.
Stuff.
Those people I talk to on.
Jimmy's like in my community, but yeah, like there's some things he does where like, sure, you could say he's like associated with me or whatever, but like he didn't come from so he was making videos before me. It would be fair to say he's linked, sure, because I apply that standard to Wick.
Online. I came from dumpy community before I came from Aiden. Like,
I don't try and suck up to Aiden's community. Suck up.
The dumpy
That's
shit.
what you're trying to do.
Oh, now he's sucking up to my community, not
Who is
me.
pulling put slots? But I see what you mean. Yes.
Yeah.
All right, 3 people. Get Jimmy's stream